Chapter 698. Lionel sat silently, sipping at a sweet drink. In his fingers, he rolled what looked like a silver ring, sliding it between his digits with a deft flexibility. His hands seemed capable of performing tasks that would otherwise be impossible. This ring, what is it? Lionel found it hard to believe that someone like Senior Lou could be holding on to something so valuable. But when it came to random events of the universe, who was Lionel to say that he could perfectly understand them all? Lionel had already been trying to sculpt this ring for the better part of the last half an hour, but he was still only half of the way there. To put this matter into perspective, after Lionel reached the peak of the fifth dimension with his calculated mind ability, completing a dream sculpt for even one of his quasi-bronze spears would take a few minutes at worst, and that was a treasure at the very peak of the fourth dimension. Lionel had never tried to sculpt his quasi-silver spear before, but he really wasn't sure if even it would take so long. If he had to guess, the times would be fairly close. If Lionel used this to deduce the value of the ring, it would at least be of the fifth dimension. Once he broke things down like this, it wasn't impossible to believe that Lou could get his hands on such a thing. After all, as a student of valiant heart, he had the potential to one day become a fifth-dimensional existence, even though the probability was smaller than running into this ring in the first place. Intuition told Lionel that maybe even Lou didn't know what this ring was, but he kept it close, understanding that it had to be special. Considering the sly nature of that Senior Lou, this did indeed sound like something he would do. Lionel sighed. He couldn't help but think of nights Lou probably stayed up dreaming of what kind of treasure this ring would bring him to, hoping that he would shoot into the stars in one sweep the moment he learned of its secret. And yet now, those dreams had been stamped out, and the final light of his hopes was now rolling between Lionel's fingers so casually. This world is a cruel place, Lionel thought to himself. Ultimately, Lionel decided that he would need to ask the dictionary about this. But before that, he would need to find a quiet place. Bang! The small shop suddenly shook, a violent force flinging the doors from their handles. A few shrieks sounded amidst the freshmen as they scurried out of the way. But with their talent, such a flimsy, half-rotten door couldn't cause any severe harm to even the weakest of them. What could cause harm, though, was the force that had sent it flying. Who was it? Which bastard dares provoke Bear Rose? The members of Bear Rose had come here with fires in their bellies. No matter how they thought of it, they were certain that Hero Peak had begun making their move again. What bullshit abolition of the Peak system? Anyone with half a brain knew that Peaks still existed. They just hid behind the label of factions all the more now. This rule change only gave Hero Peak more freedom to snatch resources. However, the cohort of Hero Peak dogs they expected to find here weren't here at all. Rather, a singular young man walked out from the now broken doorway, standing before them all. Bear Rose had come prepared for an all-out war. Not knowing that they had been challenged by a brat who had barely been here for 2 months, they brought a full entourage of several white belts, and even sent a blue belt to lead them all. Their lineup consisted of one of their most talented upper mid-level teams, in total 9. They almost opened their mouths to tell Lionel to get the hell out of the way until they all froze, seeing the plaque in his hands. Lionel scanned the 9 before him. 8 white belts and 1 blue belt. Each of them wore the emblem of Bear Rose on the belt fabric that hung between their legs, making their affiliations quite clear. This shop, Lionel pointed over his shoulder. I'm taking ownership of it. The members of Bear Rose were stunned. The spectators who had come here for a good show, hoping to see a clash between Bear Rose and Hero, were also stunned. By this point, Lionel hadn't even switched off his black belt for his white belt yet. But even if he had, the reaction wouldn't be any less speechless. It only made it all worse that Lionel was wearing no emblems to speak of. The blue belt who led the group narrowed his eyes. His arms crossed over his broad chest, pressing down the dense patches of hair that covered his torso almost like coarse fur. Even with his arms crossed, he still held 2 massive hammers connected by a single thick chain. He looked toward Lionel deeply, his spine tingling. This young man before him was too calm. You, a freshman, decided to challenge my Bear Rose faction? Well, I didn't choose to challenge you specifically. I just happen to need this store. Lionel replied. Are you aware of who owns this store? I am not. The frown of the blue belt grew deeper and deeper. Frill. Bane. Take him down. Losing his patience, the commander coolly commanded. Since this freshman didn't know what was good for him, it was best that they deal with this quickly. The more time they spent here, the longer Bear Rose's name would be dragged through the mud. Even Hero didn't dare to provoke them so casually. Without a word, two white belts shot forward. As though by prior agreement, they weaved in and out of each other's paths, appearing before Lionel in a flash. Their legs whipped out like vipers, each aiming for a side of Lionel's head. Chapter 699. Lionel's eyes never left the blue belt. Up to now, he had only fought the most elite of white belts, but he was truly curious to see how big the gap between a white belt and a blue belt was. As far as he knew, the process for becoming a blue belt was far more complex. In fact, part of the reason he even got involved with Seriath in the first place was because the latter was trying to complete his requirements to be promoted. I guess he'll find out today. Lionel hopped back, feeling the wind pressure of their kicks send his hair flying. A golden light enveloped his legs, explosively increasing his speed. In the blink of an eye, he managed to close the distance he had created again, slamming a fist into the chest of Bane. Frill reacted quickly, trying to use the opening of Lionel's attack to counter. But he found his legs slipping through air again. His planted foot suddenly felt a sharp pain at the joint of his knees. He could only intake a sharp breath, his vision spinning under the unholy amount of agony. His knee bent backward under the pressure of Lionel's soul. The worst part was that Lionel didn't even seem to be applying much pressure. He simply stood there, his head just under the range of Frill's attack, and his foot resting on the latter's kneecap. In the blink of an eye, two white belts fell to the ground, leaving Lionel practically unscathed. Even after a few moments, it was difficult for the youths around Lionel to put into words what they had just seen. It almost felt like they were watching two men trying their best to harm themselves. They practically walked into their injuries. A sensory type, the blue belt spoke evenly. Lionel was quite surprised when he heard this. This was the first time someone had ever guessed his ability. Most thought it was one of his lineage factors. However, the combat experience of a blue belt couldn't compare to those Lionel had battled in the past. They'd seen too much. Rather than being flustered by Lionel's display, this blue belt only came to the only logical conclusion. It was simple deduction, but this only made Lionel more curious. With a grin, Lionel flipped his palm, causing a massive spear to appear. Bang! The spearhead crashed into the ground, its weight so great that a wild array of cobweb-like cracks spread in every direction. Back away, the blue belt said coolly. But, Captain, he's mine. The blue belt stepped forward, his heavy step causing the ground to quake almost as much as Lionel's heavy spear. He stretched out his two massive hammers to his sides, holding them out as though to display the strength of his arms. The chain that hung between the hammers jingled and sparkled, glistening with cracked and dried blood. Lionel rose his heavy spear from the ground, pointing it forward in a feat of strength that was no less impressive. The massive, three-dimensional head of the spear was double the size of his head, probably carrying at least 60% of the spear's entire weight. Yet, the pole arm didn't so much as bend the slightest bit while being held this way. My name is Arte. My name is Lionel. Bang! The two shot forward, appearing before one another in a blink. Lionel's body embodied the spirit of his spear. His figure became larger than life, his every movement imposing and grandiose. For just a moment, he seemed to even dwarf Arte in size despite them being about the same height. Arte didn't seem fazed. His hammers swung down simultaneously, his back flexing madly beneath the carpet of hair they hid under. Lionel swung his spear out to the side, slashing in a wide arc upward and toward Arte's head. Arte smashed his hammers downward as one, looking to shatter Lionel's spear into countless little pieces. Bang! Bang! A shockwave of wind shot in every direction. As though walking through hurricane-force winds, several spectators covered their eyes with their forearms. leaning forward to not be blown back. The freshmen within the bar, to Lionel's back, especially found themselves in a precarious situation. The front wall of the shop bent and wheezed, seemingly about to cave in at any moment. Lionel's arm creaked. He felt a pressure the likes of which he had never experienced before, even despite using the Four Seasons realm to support his spear. Arte felt his shoulders about to collapse, the resonating ring of metal colliding against metal shaking his body to its core. But maybe the most shocking thing was that there wasn't a single scratch on Lionel's spear. In fact, Arte faintly felt his own hammers giving way, cracking as though they might collapse into a pile of ash at any moment. Arte was in shock. His two hammers were both Tier 6 treasures. It took him decades of saving every penny to finally be able to commission them to his specifications. But now they couldn't even last a single blow. Art's expression changed. He realized that going head-on with Lionel would only result in him losing his precious babies. He couldn't let this continue. Arte shot backward. Deep inside, he felt embarrassed. He knew the moment Lionel took out such a heavy spear that he had met a fellow man who wanted to fight a battle of strength. But he couldn't afford to do this now. With deft movements, Art's style completely changed. Lionel almost took a step forward to pursue, but his instincts suddenly flashed with danger warnings. Art's chains sprung to life. Lionel could see a subtle fluctuation of force coursing through them with a level of control he rarely, if ever, saw. Before Lionel could react, Arte whipped his hammers across his body. At that moment, Lionel found a chain loop closing in around his neck. At that level of force, he just might lose his head even with his metal body. Chapter 700. Lionel's eyes flashed. With quick movements, his heavy spear disappeared. Replaced by a twin set of spears, he immediately speared into the ground on either side of himself. Clang! The chains rang out, clashing against the polearm of the spears. Lionel leapt into the air, balancing the tips of his toes on both spears and pushing against them to stop the chains from closing in any more. Arte felt a strong repulsive force, stopping him from tightening the chains any further. He was shocked by Lionel's response, but his lip couldn't help but twitch when he saw the quality of the spears Lionel was using as footrests. Where the hell was this freshman getting all of these weapons from? Unfortunately for Arte, Lionel's unconventional response had a purpose. Lionel's palm flipped over, revealing a tall, sleek black bow. In the blink of an eye, he had released 3 arrows. They streaked across the slowly setting sky of dusk, reflecting the gorgeous violet and deep red hues of the sun above. Arte reacted quickly, releasing his grip on one hammer and pulling back on the other hard. The chains were finally free. A hammer shot out like a cannonball. Arte pulled back so hard that Lionel felt his footing quake. Sparks flew as the chains slid across the polearm of the 2 spears. The hammer wrapped around one edge, changing trajectory and shooting for Lionel's head as though it had a mind of its own. At that same instant, Arte roared. He raised his remaining hammer, continuously pulling back to give the other more and more speed. When he reached his peak, his arm flexed, swinging downward with all his might. Bang! 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 At the exact moment Arte countered Lionel's 3 arrows, sliding back further and further with every strike. The hammer had accelerated toward Lionel's head, having every intention of decapitating him. How clever! Lionel's eyes flashed. His own attack ended up giving Arte even more momentum. As he pulled back further, the hammer, linked to the chain, shot toward Lionel even faster. Lionel's gaze suddenly glowed with something other than coldness or surprise. It was excitement. He felt his blood boil, the whistling wind of the hammer shooting toward him, making his nerves scream. Calculations ran through Lionel's mind at a speed that was inconceivable to most. As clever as Art's attack was, it had one fatal flaw. Lionel's feet shifted. The spears he balanced upon shook, pulling against the chains still sparking against them. The trajectory of the hammer shifted, flying over Lionel's head by barely an inch at the very last instant. It wrapped around the two spears, shooting back toward Arte. However, it was then that Lionel suddenly grabbed at the flying hammer. At that moment, it was flying at several hundred kilometers an hour, being just shy of the speed of sound. Trying to grab onto such a thing at that moment, even if you succeed, felt no different from courting death. And if you failed, the best that you could hope for was a lost hand. However, as though it was the most normal thing, Lionel completed it all in a single motion. Runes flickered to life across his skin, a surge of bronze violet hanging around him as a halo manifested above his head. He looked like a Roman god, his eyes filled with a confidence that could topple worlds. At that moment, his image was imprinted into the minds of all those present. The instant Lionel grabbed onto the hammer, his body shot forward. His reached out his free hand, causing one of the spears to shoot out of the ground and slam into his palm. Art's expression changed, suddenly finding Lionel flying toward him at impossible speeds. Give up his hammers? That was impossible. Control it, as he had been previously, to change Lionel's trajectory? That seemed like the best choice, but at that moment, Arte found that his weapon wasn't responding to him. All the force he tried to pour into it was blocked, countered by an opposing force that could have only come from Lionel. Art's eyes widened, unable to wrap his brain around what was happening. But Lionel didn't allow him to think for very long. The spear he grabbed didn't remain with him for a long while. Using his momentum, Lionel's arm became like a cannon, shooting his spear out like a harpoon. It flew toward Arte as though a star streaking across the skies. Art's eyes lit with panic. The distance was too close, and his hammer wasn't responding to him. Even if it was, considering the quality of Lionel's weapons, could he even block such a thing safely? Arte roared. Absolute control. His force erupted, his hand stretching outward. He poured all his strength into his free hand, reaching out for the spear, streaking through the skies. Bang! Art's arm ripped backward at an awkward angle, his shoulder popping out of its socket. He grimaced, his face turning pale. However, it was at that moment that Lionel reached him. A heavy spear appeared in Lionel's hand again. But at that moment, Arte felt like falling to his knees. A heavy air suddenly wrapped around him, making it feel as though his own weight had multiplied by several times over. One arm held onto Lionel's spear, unable to produce any strength after its dislocation. The other was prepared to raise his hammer up and stop Lionel's charge. But now, it felt heavier than ever, as though the weight of the world had fallen onto him. His timing was thrown completely off. He couldn't even counter when Lionel reached his range. Lionel shifted the blade of his heavy spear. Streaking through the skies, he slammed the flat of it against Art's chest. Arte felt his ribs cave in, all the air in his lungs shooting out at once. He shot backward like an arrow from a bowstring, crashing over 100 meters away, unable to stand. Chapter 701. Bang! Lionel landed on the ground with a heavy thud, only to be surrounded by a wall of silence. Honestly, even he, himself, was somewhat surprised by the conclusion. The slight change in his mentality, courtesy of his lovely girlfriend, had actually caused such a great change to his combat prowess, even without any fundamental upgrade to his strength. It had to be remembered that just a month ago, Lionel had to put in quite some effort to defeat Nigmir. Of course, his life was never in danger, nor did it seem difficult. But the reality was that if he didn't have a perfect counter thanks to his wind domain spear, that battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. Yet, Nigmir was just a white belt. Of course, he was a white belt on the edge of becoming a blue belt, and could be considered to be an absolute elite amongst them. But he was a white belt nonetheless. Despite this, Lionel was just able to defeat a blue belt in just a few exchanges, and he almost made it look easy. The moment he stabbed his spears into the ground, Lionel felt that the battle was over, and that was the hard truth. His counter to Art's chains made the latter believe that the best option was to use the spears as anchor points to directly attack Lionel. As a result of this, Lionel was able to make use of Art's own momentum and strength against him in his counter, thus ending the battle far quicker. If not for this, it would have been impossible for Lionel to put enough strength into a throw to dislocate Art's arm, and thus it would have been impossible for him to land such a clean hit on Art's chest. It was just a single, simple move. It was like a master stroke that decided the battle almost immediately. Why guess your opponent's next movement, if you can choose that movement for them? Lionel didn't know it now, but this philosophy would be one of the most important changes to his psychology, only second to what would occur just a few months from now. Lionel put his heavy spear away, reaching out a palm and causing the final spear to shoot out from the ground and into his hand. With slow movements, he put it away as well. Now that Lionel's earth affinity had been ingrained into his very body, something like causing a metal spear to fly toward him was as easy as breathing. He hardly needed to think about it in the slightest. Lionel swept a gaze through his surroundings, and his eyes landed on Arte, who was coughing up blood in the distance. But before he could start to walk to him, he found his path blocked by 6 shivering white belts. Though the fear was evident in their expressions, they seemed to have no intention of taking a step back. They had no idea that Art's strength actually surpassed Lionel's. After all, Arte was a Tier 6 existence. For Lionel, who had yet to refine his metal body past the Tier 1 stage, and whose force was still in the 3rd dimension, it was too large a gap. It was just that none of it mattered, because Lionel's ability made up for the gap in spades. However, whatever the details were, all they saw was a young man who could easily defeat their captain. They refused to let him get close again. Lionel sighed and shook his head. What do you think I'm going to do? Kill him? His entire chest is caved in. If someone doesn't do something, he really might die. Plus, I need my spear. I will heal him, one of the white belts said coldly. Lionel shrugged. It made sense for a team like theirs to have at least one person with a healing ability. It seemed he stuck his nose in something it didn't belong in. It wasn't like he hated Arte. They just happened to be on opposing sides this time. He didn't even know the guy. With a wave of his hand, the spear that had been in Art's hand shot out, weaving through the 6 and snapping into his palm. Even though Lionel had countless spears of this caliber, that didn't mean he would just leave them lying around so casually. Plus, if someone who wasn't acknowledged by spear domain held onto the spear for too long, it would shatter into ash, just like every spear that wasn't acknowledged by it. You can take him away. If you have any problems with my ownership of this shop, well, you know where to find me. With that, Lionel turned to walk toward the bar under the gazes of many. Owen, Lionel suddenly stopped and looked back. Tell your captain that if he wants his hammers repaired, he can come here the day after tomorrow. News of what happened spread like wildfire. The fact that Bear Rose had lost was enough to cause an uproar to begin with. But for it to be at the hands of a supposed freshman, it was even more worth it. The idea of a freshman defeating a blue belt was enough to overturn all the understandings they had. However, what was released next somehow surpassed even that. According to reports, this Lionel was actually now a white belt. This should have made the news easier to accept rather than causing another uproar. But what really shook everyone to their core was the fact that this Lionel was part of the most recent batch of freshmen. He had been here for barely 2 months. The current Lionel, though, had no idea that he had caused such a commotion. If he had known, a wide grin would most definitely spread across his face. The more people who knew that he owned this store, the better. By now, Lionel had shut the bar down and spread out his internal sight to memorize every nook and cranny. It took him just under 10 minutes to perfectly sculpt the entire structure. Though it was large, there wasn't anything special about it other than the array which was drawn into its foundation. If not for this array, it would only have taken him a few seconds at most. Lionel took a deep breath. He had never attempted to apply his force crafting to an entire building before. He grinned. This should be fun. With a thought, numerous heavy metals began to clang to the ground one after another. If a member of King of Or's faction had been there, Lionel would even think of taking bets on how many mouthfuls of blood they'd cough up. Chapter 702. Among the many blueprints Lionel's father had left behind, there were even a few buildings among them. To this point, Lionel had mostly ignored them, focusing on the designs that could hone his skill in armor crafting. That said, this didn't mean that he had never looked over them. In fact, he had memorized them all already. They were able to give Lionel a basic understanding of construction and the physics that went behind it. Most of it was quite simple in Lionel's estimation, just understanding forces like tension, compression, shearing, and the like. He had already learned about all these things in high school. Plus, even if he hadn't, he could just test his design plans within his dream world. If he did things like that, he would hardly need to think at all. After a few minutes of thought, an amount that was likely equivalent to several hours for even other sensory types and probably several days for normal individuals, Lionel had settled on everything. The first thing he did was completely shroud the small shop in a light elemental illusion, making it look like nothing but a blank space from the outside. Then, he burnt everything down to ashes. Let's reconstruct this foundation. Oh, Lionel chuckled. The formation that made up the foundation of the small shop had a few functions. The first was to mark the owner, the second was to mark which union the owner was a part of, and the third was very clearly a monitoring function. Of course, this was only clear to Lionel. At most, this formation was on the level of a Tier 4 force art. It wasn't anywhere near complex enough to throw Lionel off any scent. The only reason it took him so long to dream sculpt was because of its size. Lionel immediately began rearranging the formation. An emblem? Let's go with some spears, maybe a bow, a touch of silver, and we need a mascot. Let's give that honor to Little Blackstar and give him some wings made out of Little Tolly. Lionel chuckled to himself. With his ability, though he wouldn't call himself an artist, he was most definitely able to perfectly replicate anything in his mind. Something like drawing an image he had in mind was as easy as breathing. He ended up creating an emblem that was one part valiant and another part adorable. How else would one describe a graveyard of spears with a little mink flying overhead with its little wings, pulling back the string of a bow? Lionel encased it all in an elaborate silver border that made it look particularly royal and put the finishing touches on the formation. I guess we can call it the Blackstar faction. Why not? You should be happy, little guy, even though you left me behind for softer pastures. After Lionel was finished with amusing himself, he truly got to work. We'll do just 2 levels, no need to get too wild. The first will sell goods, the second will deal with repairs. The structure needs to be eye-popping, but what could be more eye-popping than using twice refined steel and diamond on a small shop? Lionel grinned like a madman, not caring in the slightest that he was wasting what amounted to millions of kilograms of herb Oregon. In fact, he relished in it. If he was going to make a bang, he was going to go all out. Lionel built up the frame of the small shop with twice refined steel. This was exceptionally good at forming heavy weapons. Not only did it have quite some heft to it, but it was also quite ductile while simultaneously being very sturdy. Let alone a 2-story building, it would easily be able to form the framework for a building several kilometers tall, even in a 5th-dimensional world. Working with large beams of metal wasn't as difficult as Lionel had thought it would be, but the precision required was just as important. Thanks to Lionel's metal affinity, though, he had senses almost too strong for this kind of matter. Even when he was moving around several tons of metal around, he hardly broke a sweat. Once Lionel was finished with this, he began to work with the twice-refined diamond. The material itself looked quite like the diamond of Earth. The main difference was that it radiated a gentle sky blue that could become a pale white depending on how you looked at it. Lionel had a plan. Building a shop of this material would almost make it tacky. As cool as it sounded to have bricks of diamond, it might look more ridiculous than anything else by the end of it all. But what if he made use of the formation below? The transparency and high refraction index of the diamond made it very sensitive to light, especially when introduced at a certain angle. Yes, this could work if I shift the design a bit and tweak the formation. Lionel got to work. His fingers were a blur as he practically fused with Little Tolly. He cut the twice-refined diamond into perfect pieces. Sometimes they would be prisms, at other times they would be perfect bricks, and there were even some others that had irregular shapes. Lionel mapped out exactly how all of these shapes would fit together. When it all came together, the outside of the building would almost look like a kaleidoscope of shapes. And then, when Lionel activated the formation and the black and silver lights shone through it, the hours began to tick by. On the outside, all anyone saw was a vast blank space. They weren't foolish enough to believe the shop had actually disappeared, but they were shocked that such a formation could actually be laid without issue. It was then, on the morning of the second day, that the light illusion force art finally began to fade. What people saw, though, left them completely stunned to the point that many came to a grinding halt. The Black Star emblem hung in the skies, showing no signs of dissipating. It was so clear that it could be seen from every point within the city. Then the doors opened. Chapter 703. It should have been impossible for a two-story shop to be so imposing. Yet, that was exactly what it felt like. Its outer surface was formed of what looked like shards of glass. A deep, black light shimmered throughout it all, giving it an almost sinister outlook that had a sort of demonic beauty to it. Up above, its emblem slowly turned, radiating out with black silver lights. The graveyard of spears contrasted by the flying, bow-wielding, little mink should have been jarring. But somehow it felt just right. The shop had no windows. It didn't even seem to have a single door either. It made one wonder if this was just here for looks or if others would actually be able to use it. At that moment, lights coalesced near the second floor, soon forming a line of curved words. Black Star. Unable to withhold their curiosity, many approached the building. It was no surprise that quite a few had been observing this location ever since the battle that occurred 2 days ago ended. Some came with neutral intentions, some just wanted to watch the world burn, while others came to see if there was anything they could take advantage of. However, right when the first person approached, a somewhat disjointed voice began to speak. The youths that had come forward out of curiosity blinked in shock. They had never seen such a thing before. Out of curiosity, some chose the first floor option, only to find that a strong spatial force suddenly latched onto them. Panicking, many who felt such a thing immediately resisted, causing the teleportation to fail. Their hearts almost beat out of their chest, perspiration falling from their brows. Spatial abilities were very rare. Even those who had such abilities in valiant heart usually had them in small doses, making their strengths somewhat neutered. But that didn't change the fact that being forcibly teleported was maybe one of the most hair-raising experiences one could ever suffer through. After calming down, though, they seemed to have finally come to an understanding. First of all, the spatial tug on them had been very small. In fact, now that they thought about it, it didn't take much effort at all to snap. That likely meant that whatever forced teleportation there was, it wasn't out of malicious intent. And now that they had thought this far, they realized that this force only appeared after they chose which floor to enter. So, it's like that. Many began to mutter to themselves. They prompted the message again, and this time, they didn't resist. Their sight blurred for just a moment before they suddenly found themselves in what felt like an all-new world. The walls shimmered like black diamond, filling the room with soft, dim light. The first floor was separated into a few corners. One seemed to sell armor, a few sold weapons of various kinds, separating them into types, and the last seemed to be consumable items. The floors beneath their feet, the walls, and the ceiling all made it feel like they were hovering in the depths of space. It was an ethereal feeling that filled them all with wonder. Those are Tier 5 weapons. Wait, look at that. Those are Tier 6. Those at the center there, aren't those Tier 7? The youths felt like fainting. Many of them were just white belts. They wouldn't even normally be in the freshman quarters if not for all the commotion Lionel had caused. But seeing such weapons they would usually have to scratch and claw to even catch the sight of being displayed so grandly, many eyes lit up with fervor and greed. They rushed toward the counters, scanning through the prices. Why do these damn freshmen get a discount on weapons at and below the Tier 4 level? Where are discounts? The sudden warning blared through the first floor, making many snap out of their greed-induced states. But when they looked around, they found that there were really no workers in sight. Not to mention the fact there wasn't a single blue belt to manage such a place. There wasn't even a white belt. Realizing this, The greed in the eyes of many lit up once again. Some hesitated when they heard this, but when they remembered just how weak the forced teleportation had been on the outside, their sneers returned even deeper than before. They couldn't even fathom how this shop owner could be so stupid. Jumping forward, many grabbed at the lofty tier 7 treasures on display. "Get out of my way. Are you trying to die? Come on then, bastard. See if I don't break your legs." At that moment, before they could even truly become rowdy, they all froze. Feeling a strong spatial force envelop them, they all snorted. They all erupted with their own force in unison, expecting to break out of the hold just as easily as before. But in the blink of an eye, they felt as though their force had fallen into an endlessly vast ocean. Before they could even realize what had happened, they had all been booted. When their vision cleared, they were right back on the outside. Many instantly tried to re-enter, only to be stone-walled with this volley of messages. Their eyes widened. "No, let us in. Damn it, let us in." Their insides twisted with regret. They couldn't wrap their heads around what had just happened. There had just been so much wealth at the tip of their fingers. Those watching on who had yet to enter were shocked by their fervor. Just what was inside? "You think a damn wall can stop me?" A particularly fiery, tempered man stomped on the ground. He had seen a Tier 7 battle axe in there. He had to have. He practically salivated when he laid eyes on it. He had to have it. He had to have it. He stepped forward, flipping his palm over to reveal his own battle axe, and swinging forward with all the strength he could muster. His arms flexed, his back practically splintering as he swung. Bang! The man paused for a moment before he was sent flying back like a meteor. A cry of horror left the man's lips before he collapsed in a pile of his own flesh and blood. Women who laid eyes on him shrieked in horror. The man's arms had become nothing but a mesh of blood and gore. It was then everyone realized a shocking fact. The entire shop exterior was formed of twice refined diamond. Chapter 704. The realization shocked everyone to their core. How could a person be so extravagant? They finally understood why it was that this place had no doors and not even a single window. How could anyone hope to deal with this fortress? Let alone claiming this plot of land back, one might not even be able to find a shop plaque to snatch back in the first place. One of the only quirks of shops was that their plaques couldn't leave the immediate vicinity of their territory. This rule was implemented to stop shop owners from simply running away with the plaque so that their stores couldn't be claimed by others. Of course, all the rules meant to promote competition were eventually rendered useless by the existence of things like unions and the like. But obviously, Lionel didn't have any intention of letting such things control him in the slightest. And the result? It was yet another uproar. News of Tier 5, 6, and even 7 weapons being sold spread like wildfire. In the face of such things, the vague descriptions of Lionel that Raelion had made were akin to trying to envelop a fire within a thin sheet of paper. This was the second mistake Raelion committed. If Lionel was a mere Tier 3 or 4 crafter like his grenades and mending armor seemed to show, then his words then would have been more than enough. But an attempt to suppress a crafter who could forge quasi-bronze crafts with nothing more than unsubstantiated words. Well, how well would that work out for you? This was simply what happened when a youth from a mere fifth-dimensional world tried to apply the common sense of his limited scope towards something far beyond his means of understanding. On the second floor of Blackstar, Lionel lay on a luxurious cushion. His hands were behind his head and his legs were crossed one over the other. Every so often, he would lightly snore, making a somewhat adorable expression. At the moment, he most definitely didn't have the face of the man who had flipped Valiant hard on its head once again. The members of Polished Glass, even after having already been here for a few hours, couldn't help but look toward him from time to time, still unable to wrap their heads around exactly what they were experiencing. When Lionel called them here, their first reaction was to panic. They had never thought that the one who had claimed this shop and caused all the commotion was actually Lionel himself. But whatever panic they were feeling was immediately drowned out by even more of the same. How had Lionel gotten his hands on so much twice refined diamond? They knew well that this was among Valiant Heart's most valuable exports. For him to gain so much, Kayla couldn't help but think back to the moment Lionel dug through the rubble to take King of Or's map. As much as they were panicking, though, their minds were completely overwhelmed by other thoughts not long after. They knew what level of skill it took to work with such a high-quality Oregon. Yet, Lionel had not only worked with it, he had formed an entire building of it. Not only did his craft come out almost perfect, but it also looked like a glistening work of art. Even now, they felt like they were floating amidst the stars, making it difficult for them to continue on with their work. At that moment, the group was snapped out of their thoughts. That sound meant that someone had chosen to teleport to the second floor. After they made this choice, they would appear within a small waiting lobby where they would send in the specifications of their order to be accepted by one of them. Up until now, there had yet to be a single order placed despite the fact they had heard this sound several times already. It was obvious that in the beginning stages, everyone was just curious about everything, so it wasn't a surprise for many to teleport to the second floor just to check things out. The group thought that it would be more of the same again, but surprisingly, this time, an order actually went through. But when they saw what it was for, their expressions changed. There was a slight pause, but not long later, a figure manifested within the crafting room. It was none other than Arte, the member of Bear Rose Lionel had defeated just a day ago. To think that he would truly come to repair his weapons. In truth, Arte hadn't planned to. But after all the commotion began, his team members mentioned Lionel's words from that day. Even then, Arte decided against it, until he realized just how expensive it would be to repair his hammers normally. He had come here hoping that since this was Lionel's first day of business, there would be some discounts. But what he didn't expect was for the price to actually be so low. A single merit point was worth 10 kilograms of herb Oregon. It had cost Arte almost 100,000 merit points just to buy his hammers, the equivalent of nearly 1,000,000 kilograms of fourth-dimensional herb ore. This was how expensive such a weapon was. Even for a repair, many crafters had asked Arte for at least half of the price of his weapon, making his insides turn green. Yet, even after a supposed multiplier for being a blue belt, Lionel's price was still a fraction of the cost. It almost made him sway side to side with happiness. But, in the end, he managed to control himself. He had heard all about the weapons on the first floor, but he had also fought Lionel personally. In his estimation, Lionel was a rich tycoon from a prominent family from the way he pulled out so many high-level spears to battle with. For all Arte knew, Lionel was just pulling out some of his wealth to show off. There were no small number of rumors about this young man from a family so powerful even the elders of Valiant Heart didn't dare to do anything to him. This was all to say that displaying weapons was one thing, but actually repairing them? This was a completely different matter entirely. Steeling himself for disappointment, Arte stepped forward and cleared his throat, his gaze landing on the sleeping Lionel. Chapter 705. Lionel's eyes fluttered open, a hint of fatigue hidden within them. He could usually go several days to even weeks without sleep now, especially with his ability. But building the shop had really taken a lot out of him. Of course, this wasn't because of the materials itself, nor did it have anything to do with the physical structure of the shop. As for what the true reason was, well, only Lionel knew that. "Oh, you're here," Lionel said. Arte shifted somewhat uncomfortably, clearly very nervous about what state his hammers would be in after all of this. If they were completely ruined, the price he would have to pay to fix them would be even several times worse. When he thought of this, he hesitated again. But, unfortunately, it was already too late to back out. In order to stand here, he had to have paid the appropriate price already. Even for him, he couldn't just casually give up 8,000 merit points just like that. If it wasn't for the sheer volume of missions Lionel had accepted all at once, he would have never made 2,000 in a single outing. Plus, without his sensory ability coupled with the frenzy those beasts had entered, he wouldn't have completed it all in just 3 days either. This was all to say that it took a unique set of circumstances for Lionel, a man with combat prowess rivaling a blue belt, to reach 2,000 merit points. So, it was no wonder Arte still felt a small ache even though the price was much cheaper than what he had been expecting. Of course, accumulating points through crafting was much easier. All right, Lionel sat up, his torso flexing. You can bring them over here. Yes. Arte walked forward somewhat stiffly, causing Lionel to chuckle. He could tell what Arte was worried about. But clearly the latter didn't know just yet that if there was one person in the whole of Valiant Heart he could trust, it was most definitely him. Since the others couldn't deal with Tier 6 weapons, Lionel took it upon himself. It wasn't even 5 minutes in before Arte began to shed real tears. Lionel had actually melted down his hammers completely. It was all over for him. Bang, bang, bang. Furious roars shook the king of Or's faction. Nigmir flew into a rage, his violent wind, elemental force, tearing whipping marks across the floors, walls, and ceilings. He seemed completely intent on dicing the building into minced pieces. That bastard, 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 bastard. His fury was practically eating him from the inside out. It felt as though he was going to explode if he didn't vent. This time, Amlin, Sereth's right-hand woman, didn't try to stop him. She too was furious, but there was nothing she could do. They had already thought of reporting Lionel for misappropriation of resources. But Sereth had told them not to waste their time. Lionel had most definitely taken these resources while he was still a black belt. As such, he didn't need to report them. This was just a small and normally useless benefit freshmen got. After all, they were so weak, what goods could they possibly get for themselves? Yet now, this small, seemingly insignificant rule had crippled their faction entirely. Their best bet was to wait for Bear Rose to take action. But if Lionel holed himself up in a structure formed of twice refined diamond, was it even possible to get to him? The worst part was that he wasn't violating any of the rules in this regard either. Better yet, the main force of many of the powerful factions were occupied. The war at the border between Valiant Heart and the Oryx tribe was continuously heating up. Many blue belts, including the owner of the shop location Lionel had taken for himself, weren't even present. As though all of this wasn't terrible enough, there was an upswell of dissatisfaction recently. It was unknown where exactly it originated from, but freshmen especially seemed to be enraged by getting the short end of the stick. They had hardly gotten to benefit from Valiant Heart at all, yet it seemed like they had to scratch and claw for everything. Now, even many of their own were losing their lives, even to the simplest of missions. How could they not be enraged? Of course, this was easily dealt with by Amlin's estimation. Who cared what a group of freshmen thought? They would be put in their place, like they always were. Amlin shook her head. It feels like we're being walked into a corner. But I can't even see who we're playing against. Is it the Oryx? Or have those other fifth-dimensional organizations amped up their underhanded schemes? Valiant Heart had been getting suppressed by these other organizations for a long time already. This was the main reason Valiant Heart had been in such a troubled situation recently, making the timing of the Oryx all the more terrible. It only made sense. The upper echelon of those organizations had been eyeing their Valiant Heart zone for tens of thousands of years already. Now that they sensed a chink in their armor, they believed they finally had a chance to pounce upon. But even now, they were still apprehensive about certain things. Now, though, they were getting impatient. Forget it. King has already left to the meeting. I'm sure he will be back with a solution. As though by design, the even footsteps of a familiar figure cut Nigmer's rampaging tirade short. Sereth entered with an expression just as calm as always. From beginning to end, he had never shown the slightest hint of a change. It's all been dealt with. He said indifferently, there should be a conclusion soon. At that moment, outside of Black Star, 3 figures approached. When the youths who were hanging around outside saw this, they were shocked. Those red belts, those were elders. Had Lionel been paying attention, he would have recognized these 3 almost immediately. It was none other than Kayla's former master and his 2 wives. Jack Bianala smiled with his usual warm smile. What a beautiful little shop. Chapter 706. Jack observed the shop with a smile, his eyes scanning it from top to bottom. The youths who were standing around, some of whom had already been banned, could only watch on. In all their time on Valiant Heart, this was the first time they had ever heard of an elder taking the initiative to come to a student's shop like this. Those who recognized Jack as the top force crafter of their organization, though, were even more shocked. Someone of Jack's status was only a step below the true powerhouses of the organization. In truth, a crafter would usually have even more power than Jack did. The only issue was that Jack couldn't craft bronze weapons. As such, most of the strongest warriors of Valiant Heart went to outside sources to get what they needed. This meant that being Alas' power wasn't as great as it could otherwise be had he been a bronze crafter. That said, Jack still had quite a bit of power within the lower echelon of elders and among the elite students. It was he who created their weapons and did maintenance for them. As such, he had a great hold on the middle tier of Valiant Heart. Still, Jack's greatest aspiration in life was to break through and enter the bronze ranks. In order to succeed, he needed resources, more than even he could gain by normal means. He needed special natural treasures to temper his fingers and help them reach a higher designation. He needed more materials so that he could practice creating bronze treasures to stabilize his realm. And, most importantly, he needed the astronomical funds that would be required to buy bronze force arts. No matter which it was, it all required an impossible mountain of resources. When faced with such an impossible-to-complete task, for the sake of his ambitions, which man wouldn't bend a little, even if it meant listening to some of the suggestions of those he deemed to be his juniors. Though all of these things were flowing through Jack's mind, his smile never faded. "Let's go," he said to his wives. With that, they walked into the range of teleportation. At that moment, the boxy, fabricated voice faded away to reveal a recorded message left behind by Lionel. "Apologies, esteemed elders. I am honored that you would come to my little shop. However, it should be noted that Black Star only has weapons suitable for those of the fourth dimension. If you understand this and would still like to take a look around, feel free. Unfortunately, due to my inadequate skill, only one of your level of status can enter at a time. Should you still choose to enter, welcome." Lionel's voice was warm, inviting, and carried several layers of humility. It was actually quite soothing to listen to and gave many the illusion of a junior dutifully greeting his grandparents and their close friends. However, for some reason, when it registered to Jack, he felt it was particularly grating on the ears, as though there was a hidden mocking tone he couldn't quite pick up on even with his senses. Jack looked toward his two wives. They had a slight frown on their faces as well. But when they thought about it, did any of this really make a difference? If Lionel's voice had said that his pitiful skills didn't allow him to teleport any fifth-dimensional entity, and then there was nothing they could do other than maybe try to slander him. But he had actually said that he could allow one in. What was the difference between 1 and 3? Regardless, a brat in the third dimension wouldn't be able to do a thing. "I will go then," Jack said with a smile. "With such a courteous junior, I can't possibly keep him waiting, right?" Jack's two wives watched their husband disappear before sending a glance toward one another. They had been looking for some kind of relief, but all they saw in each other's eyes was a hint of discomfort. Arte was at a complete loss. Watching Lionel work felt like he was watching a deity gingerly constructing a new race of being. His hands oscillated with such speed that they left a blur in the air. From time to time, small popping noises would shake Arte to his core. He knew instantly that this was actually a product of Lionel's fingers blasting through the sound barrier in small bursts. He could hardly comprehend how mere fingers could reach such a level, not to even mention the fact that this was a fifth-dimensional world where something like breaching the sound barrier was several times more difficult. The truth was that Lionel didn't need to go so far for a mere Tier 6 weapon. It was just that he just received a message that told him that he just might want to hurry up a small bit. With a flick of his wrist, a black feathered quill appeared. With nimble movements, he quickly wrote several force arts, their every line precise to an extreme. Lionel expelled a heated breath. He swept a glance over his fingers, only to find that they carried no small amount of heat. "Your hammer should be good now," Lionel said plainly, tossing the chain-connected twin hammers over. Force should flow through them even better than before. Just as Arte was eager to test them, a sudden sound interrupted them. This time, though, there was no prompt to commission a work. Lionel had thought that this might happen, so he had designed the teleportation arrays to send any elders that might come right to this place. On cue, Jack's vision cleared, only for him to see the expansive space of the second floor. From his vantage point, it was difficult even to tell where the wall started and the floor and ceiling ended. It really did feel like he was standing in the middle of the vast expanse of space. When Kayla laid eyes on who had come, she clenched her fists hard, her teeth grinding against one another. The atmosphere grew heavy. Chapter 707. Lionel looked up, seemingly having no intention of standing from his location. "Ah, Elder Biennala, what brings you here?" Lionel smiled lightly. Arte stood in the middle, at a bit of a loss in what to do. He could feel that there was something off about the current atmosphere, but he had no way of understanding why that was. And, for some reason, he also found it much too awkward to try and leave at the moment. In fact, he didn't quite know how to leave. There wasn't exactly a door. He assumed that Lionel would have to send him out, but he was clearly occupied at the moment. The room was split into several workstations and had a very open atmosphere. Usually, one would be able to choose whoever they wanted to work on their treasure, but obviously, Jack didn't have such a thing. Jack snapped out of his stupor, finding Lionel smiling back at him. Though he as an elder smiled back, he still felt somewhat stifled. After being allowed in, Jack thought that he would be able to directly enter the shop's first floor and view the items. Yet, instead of that, he was sent here. Any thought he had of saying a few casual words to sow some doubt was thrown out of the window immediately. "Ah, Lionel is it, right?" Lionel smiled. "I'm honored that you would remember my name." "Yes, I am Lionel." Good, good. Jack chuckled. "I was very much looking forward to seeing your shop, but have you brought me here to see repairs instead?" "Ah, yes. You actually came a good time. I just finished a repair for Arte here. He was just about to test it out." Lionel turned his gaze toward Arte, but by now, the latter was drenched in cold sweat. After years on a battlefield, he felt that he was somehow in the heat of another one despite the fact no one had drawn a blade. On one side, there was a fifth-dimensional entity he couldn't hope to defeat. Even if Biennala was a crafter, there was no doubt he could crush him with a finger. Worse yet, he was Valiant Heart's best force crafter. On the other side, there was an existence that might not have been in the fifth dimension, but he was just as impossible to defeat for Arte. He felt that Lionel was an insurmountable mountain he couldn't see through in the slightest. And, to make matters worse, he was the only affordable crafter in Valiant Heart. He didn't know what was going on here, but he knew that he didn't want to get involved. This, right? I was going to head out to test it a bit. After all, I wouldn't want to break anything here. Arte chuckled a bit awkwardly. "There's no issue," Lionel said with a beaming smile. "This entire shop is constructed of twice refined diamond. Even if a fifth-dimensional existence wanted to cause some damage here, they would have to go all out." Art's lip twitched, trying to look toward Jack out of the corner of his eye. Wasn't that a very clear provocation? "A sturdy construction, indeed," Jack said with a smile, seemingly not having picked up on any sort of threat. "I say, how did you manage to accumulate so much?" "Oh, the twice refined diamond. It was just a bit of luck." Lionel chuckled. 2 days ago, a group of freshmen, including myself, found ourselves being hunted down by a group of oryx and ended up escaping through some mine tunnels. I ended up taking advantage of the situation and making a small bit of profit. Luckily, Valiant Heart is good to us freshmen in some ways despite shafting us in most others, so I was able to keep my profit without reporting. Lionel had nothing to hide, so he laid everything bare. I see. Jack stroked his chin. But, as though a light bulb had gone off in his head, his eyes widened before his expression suddenly turned to one of worry and concern. "You say that all of this happened within the span of a day?" Lionel's eyes narrowed into meaningful slits, his smile becoming almost demonic. "Yup," he replied cheerily. Just a day was enough. Luckily, the shop was quite small. If not for these limitations, I might have added a third floor. Jack sighed. Lionel, oh Lionel. Jack shook his head as though lamenting something terrible. What is it, Elder? Is something wrong? Lionel asked with concern. Jack looked up toward Lionel and sighed again. You might not know this because you're just a freshman, but there are certain rules that come with owning shops. One of these rules is that outside resources cannot be used regardless of the circumstance. Whether it be the shop's construction, maintenance, management, or its merchandise, it all must be the product of the student's own hand and created from the resources of Valiant Heart Mountain. The shops were created to promote competition amongst students, not the families that back them. Jack sighed again. He pulled off his concerned elder face very well. However, Lionel didn't miss his emphasis on the word merchandise. It seemed that among other things, Jack seemed to believe that the Tier 7 weapons below were brought in by Lionel from outside sources. Oh, really? Lionel said, somewhat stunned. Yes. Jack shook his head. I can help you by not reporting this, but it will be necessary for you to take all these things down. If you donate these ores and weapons to the Elders of Foundation Peak to be repurposed in a Valiant Heart strength, this can easily be swept under the rug. That's good then. Lionel continued. Considering I did all of this on my own, there shouldn't be a problem. Elder doesn't have to worry. Jack's smile froze before he forced out a laugh. Don't joke around, Lionel. I'm trying to help you. Even I couldn't accomplish so many things in just a single day. It's a good thing, then, that I'm better than you are. Lionel replied plainly, his smile fading. Chapter 708. Jack's laughter came to a grinding halt when he heard Lionel's words. For a moment, he thought he had heard wrong, but seeing the cold expression on the latter's face, he thought he had been sent to some parallel universe. A fourth. No, this brat was actually in the third dimension and actually dared to talk to him in this way. It felt like he must have been living in some sort of matrix, or this was possibly some sort of great practical joke. But where were the cameras? He was stunned for a good long while, not knowing what to say in the slightest. It wasn't just him. Even Kayla and the others forgot to breathe. Although they all had a tacit understanding that it was Biennala who had screwed them all over, none of them actually dared to say anything. Even when Kayla was wronged by Biennala for so many years, she hadn't dared to do anything other than leave. But even that took great courage. As for Arte, he felt like he was about to faint. Who knew how arrogant higher-dimensional beings were? They practically looked at those within lower states of being like they were ants, and they weren't wrong too. Every dimension was a great watershed. Even though Lionel had experienced this with his body and mind, he couldn't be truly considered to have. In the simplest terms, Biennala, who was in the fifth dimension, should have been like a god to them. Yet, Lionel actually dared to say such words. What did you just say? I don't think my words were unclear, Biennala. Others might see your smiling face and feel forced to ignore the atrocities you've committed, but I feel no need to. I don't have to kiss at your feet because in my eyes, what you can provide to me is worthless. My calling you an elder is nothing more than respect for your being born earlier than I was. According to my understanding, due to your haughtiness, you've never truly joined Valiant Heart. Instead, you a contracted representative brought over from a crafting guild. This only makes your coming here to try and enforce rules on behalf of the organization laughable. However, since I still have some accounts to settle with you, I will play along. This is already the second time you've slandered my crafts. I promise you, there won't be a third. Lionel's temper flared. Rage he'd been holding down for several weeks already boiled over. He gripped the quill in his hand. With swift movements, he removed his crafter gloves from his spatial ring and threw them to the ground at Biennala's feet. Jack looked on stunned. Of course, he understood the meaning of this gesture. He had never thought he would see such a thing here. Memories of years gone by swirled through his mind, his expression twisting to the point it became dark beyond recognition. A duel of crafters looked eerily similar to one of gentlemen. The issue was that the crafting gloves were meant to represent the blood, sweat, and tears of the crafter. But the last time Lionel had used these gloves, he had been dissecting a beast's corpse. For trash like Biennala, he didn't deserve this kind of respect. Elder Biennala suddenly began to laugh. He threw his head back, his amiable smile fading to one of near madness. Who knew what kind of memory Lionel's actions had forced to resurface? But what was clear was that he was wholly infuriated. Good. An ant of the third dimension dares to challenge me. Jack Biennala, accept. Jack pulled out a shimmering badge from his spatial ring, slamming it toward the ground by Lionel's glove. The pressure of a fifth-dimensional existence swept through the room. Without quarter to fight back, Arte fell to his knees, his face smashing against the ground not long after. As for the other youths who had already been sitting, their bodies crumbled. Lionel, however, stood. His foot lightly tapped against the ground, causing a subtle flash of light. In the next instant, Jack felt as though his pressure had fallen into an endless ocean. After a small rumble, the building stabilized. Cracks spread out from the outside, catching those watching off guard. But what shocked them even more was that the Black Star emblem faded to reveal two men, one young and one old, facing off against one another. Set the rules, Biennala. Lionel's voice coldly projected outward. At that moment, on the outside, Jack's wives were caught off guard. Seeing the badge and gloves on the ground, their expression changed wildly. Their faces warped. A craftsman duel? How had this happened? There was no way Biennala challenged Lionel, so that only left one other option. But if that was the case, the expressions of the two wives became uglier. They were observing this from an outsider's perspective, so they were less hot-blooded than Jack, and could thus calmly analyze the situation. Strictly speaking, a craftsman duel wasn't a common thing. In fact, it was strictly uncommon. That was because it was an extremely old relic of the craftsman community and was usually a tradition only carried out by the oldest of families and organizations. To even be aware of its existence was evidence of having a certain level of standing. For all these things to be true, and for Lionel to challenge Biennala regardless of the circumstances, meant that this matter wouldn't be so simple. The competition was overseen by Biennala's Crafter's Badge. Even if Lionel didn't have one, just one being present was enough. If Lionel stated that the reason for this duel was Jack's slander of his craft, and even won, the consequences would be disastrous. Even losing his Crafter's Badge wouldn't be an impossible outcome. How could they not know why Jack had rashly accepted such a thing? He was probably seeing red at the moment. If not for a challenge just like this one, how could he be in such a place without any hope of entering the bronze grade? For a child to dare challenge him like this, how could he not be infuriated? It was hard to tell if Biennala was even aware that his image was being projected out like this. Chapter 709. Jack's face was livid, veins bulging through his forehead like coiled snakes. I won't bully a brat like you. We'll complete a one or weapon medley. Or will also be something a brat like you can deal with. In fact, how about we choose something that you're very familiar with? Polished glass. At that moment, Lionel was slightly surprised. This wasn't because Jack was being unfair, but rather because of the exact opposite. In fact, he was being almost too fair. Polished glass was just a Tier 6 Oregon. If Lionel was claiming to have forged Tier 7 weapons, this was more than reasonable. In fact, Jack had taken into account that it might have been difficult for Lionel to complete Tier 7 weapons, and even chose to take it a step down so that Lionel would have no excuses. Even beyond that, Jack knew that Lionel was a part of the Polished Glass faction. Polished glass was an inherently difficult or to work with if you were unfamiliar with it, but after a certain point, it could be handled with ease. However, for Jack, who might not have made a weapon with polished glass in years, he was purposely giving Lionel the leg up, knowing full well that not long ago, Lionel had completed several crafts with exactly this Oregon. As though that wasn't enough, the one or weapon medley, especially, was a shock to Lionel. A medley, in terms of a craftsman duel, was a gauntlet in which a craftsman would create a series of crafts. As such, there was no surprise that there were many different types of medleys. A one or medley locked a crafter into using just one Oregon. This might sound simple, but when having to complete different craft having varying kinds of uses, being locked into the use of just one particular or was akin to tying a crafter's hands and feet. By extension, there were obvious two or three or even hundred or medleys where crafters were forced to use every kind of chosen or in each one of their crafts. These sort of medleys followed a bell curve in difficulty. Usually, the lowest number of one would be among the most difficult to complete. Numbers around 3 or 4 oars were slightly easier and were pretty good for novices. Numbers entering the dozens to hundreds very quickly became more difficult than even one or medleys were. As such, it could be said that Jack's choice was once again in the middle. It was difficult, but not obscenely so. In Lionel's estimation, this was once again very fair. That only left then the talk of weapon medley. A weapon medley was once again a specific type of medley, but this one focused in on the crafting of weapons. As such, one might imagine that there could be armor medleys, consumable medleys, movement treasure medleys, escape treasure medleys, so on and so forth. A weapon medley also came in several shapes and sizes. But since Biennala didn't specify, this meant he was referring to the most commonly used weapon medley, the 9-core weapon medley. The knife, sword, saber, battle axe, staff, spear, glaive, halberd, and bow. In this exact order, one could find the least to most difficult weapons to craft. During a 9-core weapon medley, a crafter would start at the easiest and work their way up. In this case, they would only be able to use a single or to complete each one of these crafts. Of course, there was only one problem with all of them. If Lionel tried to make a spear, it would most definitely combust into a pile of ashes. And, according to the rules of the medley, he wasn't allowed to continue to the next weapon unless he finished the one that came before it. This only left Lionel with one choice. If he didn't sweep the first 5 weapons of the medley, he would lose. When Lionel heard Jack's choice for their duel, his opinion of the elder had already somewhat changed. Even if it might have been because Jack didn't believe he needed any underhanded tricks to defeat Lionel, Lionel still altered his opinion somewhat, and even believed that Biennala might have been a more skilled crafter than he gave him credit for. This realization placed a faint pressure on Lionel. After all, it wasn't as though he could forge a quasi-bronze treasure with a tier 6, or he would be limited in this regard. As such, he had to surpass Biennala with quality. At that moment, Lionel grinned, a stifling aura rushing from his body. All right, Elder Biennala, let's do this. Jack's expression flickered when he noticed Lionel had gone back to politely calling him Elder, but his mind was still too furious to linger on this for very long. Kayla, we still have a large store of polished glass, right? Ah, yes. Kayla, who was still trying not to shiver, weakly called out. Good, bring it all here. Lionel's words were full of confidence, his momentum rushing through the room. For a moment, he didn't lose out to Biennala in the slightest despite no longer relying on the force arts of his shop. As Kayla rushed away, news of what was happening in Blackstar spread as though a nuke had fallen in Valiant City. It wasn't long before the news had been sent back to the king of Or's faction. At that moment, they were all looking toward Seriath for an explanation of what to do. Seriath frowned. It was only a subtle shift in his demeanor, but the members of the king of Or's faction felt as though their breaths had been taken away. In these 3 years, not once had they ever seen Seriath's face display anything but indifference. Just what was going on? We will go, Seriath said coolly, his frown smoothing out. It had been a long time since anyone had seen the remnants of Valiant Hall. It seemed that after they had all been humiliated, they had completely disappeared. However, somehow, news of these matters reached their ears as well. Sale sat within a training room all alone, beads of sweat falling down her body like a rain. In fact, as though she had known her clothes wouldn't be able to take it, she was completely naked, her lovely curves partially obscured by countless floral tattoos that covered her. Again, she rose up, causing numerous fighter puppets to appear. With a light roar, she charged out. Chapter 710. Jack's expression solidified, a coldness rarely seen on him manifesting. His gaze leaving Lionel, he slowly slid on a pair of white crafter gloves, diligently ensuring that each of his fingers reached the very tip before strapping it around his wrist tightly. With a clap of his hands, a crafter table appeared before him. Its size was about the same as Lionel's. However, the materials it was constructed of were easily seen through by Lionel, whereas he was unable to replicate that same feat with his own. Lionel was aware that a crafter's workbench should be as inseparable from himself as his crafter gloves, force art quill, and his familiar. But, to this point, at least while following his father's training regimen, Lionel hadn't had to rely heavily on his workbench. At the moment, it was just a convenient place for him to sit at. For the current Lionel, whether he had a table to sit at or if he was crafting midair, he could do both just as efficiently and without a single issue. Working at his own pace, without a care in the world, Jack carefully wiped down his workbench, cleaning every nook and cranny as though he was trying to please a lover. Despite this, his expression only seemed to be growing colder. His hands grew more steady and unhurried. Eventually, he reached a state where he seemed to forget all that there was. Lionel silently observed, displaying at least this modicum of etiquette. When it came to other matters of the dimensional verse, he might have been clueless about a lot of things. But when it came to force crafting, there was rarely, if anything, he could come across without understanding. This sort of ritual might have seemed useless, but almost every force crafter had one. It helped them to settle their minds and center their focus. Those that completed this meditation ritual would always perform better than they otherwise would. Lionel's father had suggested he get himself such a ritual, formerly known as a crafter's meditation, to help himself as well. But Lionel had never bothered. When it came to losing himself and becoming absolutely focused, there was likely no one better at it than Lionel. Still, Lionel found it to be oddly therapeutic watching Jack like this, and his tone of seriousness was raised another notch. For a man who thought so little of Lionel, for him to still go so far as to complete his meditation so seriously, it could only be said that Biennala, despite being a vile man, at least took his crafting as a matter close to his heart. Jack slapped his hands together in a sudden and abrupt movement. In that moment, a flurry of flames shot from out of his palms, dancing about in small spheres of fire like miniature spirits. Lionel's eyes lit up when he saw this, a gentle smile spreading across his face. This was the very first spirit he had ever seen aside from little Tolly. No, this wasn't a true spirit, it was a spirit embryo. Spirit embryos were much more common than true spirits, and could be considered to be the second best choice for those that couldn't afford true spirits. Spirit embryos essentially gave a crafter all the same freedom a true spirit did, but with a few limitations. For one, a true spirit could grow indefinitely, but a spirit embryo had a very stringent ceiling. Secondly, true spirits had intelligence and life, while spirit embryos did not. And finally, true spirits were much more fluid in their usage, whereas spirit embryos were more difficult to control and guide. A later training regimen Lionel's dad suggested was using a spirit embryos should his crafting ever reach a bottleneck. The increased difficulty would give him more room to improve within his realm. Lionel couldn't help but be fascinated. In fact, so was little Tolly, who peeked out from his wrist. If Jack hadn't been so focused on his craft, he would have definitely been shocked out of his wits seeing a true spirit. However, by now he had already blocked out all distractions. I guess it's time we start. HM? Little Tolly? Blop bloop, what did you say? I heard that Lionel challenged Elder Biennala to a duel amongst crafters. There's already a large crowd gathering around Blackstar, and it seemed like Elder Biennala is going all out. Sale listened to the voice through the intercom of her training room, her expression flickering. Ever since she was defeated by Hephaestus, she realized just how much she was lacking. She had spent so much time worrying about trying to keep Valiant Heart together that she neglected her own strength. Ultimately, it ended up being her own weakness that led to the downfall of Valiant Heart. The words Lionel had spoken that day continuously rang in her mind like two hammers, smashing continuously against her skull and pulling at the strings of her heart. They were truly quite pathetic, were they not? They wanted Lionel's help, but were too cowardly to ask for it. They wanted to keep the status quo, but weren't brave enough to fight for it. They wanted Valiant Heart to survive into the future, but they were actively allowing it to rot right before their eyes. Sale realized, after all of this introspection, that she didn't even hate Raelion as much as she should. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact he slandered her master and dragged his name through the mud, she might not hate him at all. Unlike her, he was willing to do something, to fight for something. Even if the end goal was to fulfill his own ambition, ultimately, his ambition was to rule over Valiant Heart. Would he want to take on a crumbling faction? Of course not. In his own way, Raelion was trying to force Valiant Heart to rise up again, just like she was. It was just that while she was passive, he was willing to fight. For Sale, this was a complete shift in her mentality. It was also why, even after awaking from her injuries, she never went to seek out Lionel. Still, now suddenly hearing about all of this, Sale was suddenly left feeling somewhat expectant. If there was anything that represented the old order of Valiant Heart, it was most definitely Biennala. He hoarded so many resources and so much knowledge for himself, working the students under him to the bone, even if they had talent. He was the product of a system that was fundamentally rotting from the inside out. Then there was Lionel. He always seemed to tiptoe the line of rule breaker and law-abiding student, testing the limits as he pleased without a worry in the world. He was the budding talent of their Valiant Heart, try to push through the oppressive rule of those who got here before him. Sale felt like she couldn't miss this. She rushed to a corner of her training room, turning on a blisteringly cold shower head and getting rid of every ounce of sweat on her lovely body. The tattoos that covered her faded back to fair, delicate skin, her wet hair clinging to the curve of her breasts. Not long later, she shot out of the training room in her uniform, her hair still dripping wet. Without a word, she grabbed onto Jerson's wrist and shot out. Let's go. History's being made. Jerson couldn't hope to resist against this senior sister of his and could only be dragged along. The crowd grew larger and larger, yet the silence seemed to only become more deafening. Many present couldn't even understand the intricacies of crafting and craftsmen, yet for some reason they all held their breaths. In a distant restaurant, in a glass-walled room tall enough to see Black Star from its vantage point, a familiar young man sat. Before him, a massive plate of over a meter in length and at least half that in width sat. Despite being so large, though, the meat that sat on it still hung off its side, dripping aromatic juices. All signs pointed toward this young man being barbarian of sorts, but he was the exact opposite. He had a plain-looking, but cleanly shaven face. He wasn't very tall, being only about 58" if he stood from his position. And he was quite normal in stature, neither being too lean nor too fat. He dug into the carcass of meat before him, not with ferocity, but with a noble air. It seemed almost odd having such a large piece of meat being eaten with fork and knife, as though a normal steak. The young man turned his gaze toward the projection in the distance from time to time, a contemplative look deep within his eye. Who else could this young man be, if not the hero? Raelion? On the ground floor beneath Black Star, yet another group stood. This one was of two more familiar figures, Henorin and the bust of Baltorn. Somehow, despite the fact all the others had been arrested a few days ago after exiting the tunnels along with Hallis, these two stood here just fine. Baltorn sighed. WHYD, you have to choose Big Brother's shop of all of them. Chapter 711. In that moment, as though a ball had dropped, the movement of Jack and Lionel's hands became blinding. Anyone who might have thought that their skill would be too far apart immediately felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dropped over their heads. In fact, none of them were fools, and many of them had eyes sharp enough to see through to the truth. Lionel's hand motion was slower than Jack's, but his finger speed and dexterity was more than just a single level beyond. By this point, Lionel had long since moved on from the beginner-level techniques he used when he first started as a force crafter. His every action carried an air of sophistication and purpose he hadn't had before. Years of simulations layered themselves in his every action, creating the image of an expert amongst experts. Lionel's fingers rapidly oscillated, little Tolly following the rhythm of his digits. The polished glass in his hands vibrated, its impurities being brought to the surface to be systematically cut off one after another. When Lionel first began, he didn't have the skill to do this. As such, he could only use little Tolly like a glorified flame spirit, using the little guy's ability to agitate the chemical structure of ores to raise its temperature. It was a simple concept. Heat actually reflected itself in the activity of atoms. By using this principle, Lionel was able to heat his ores to incredibly precise levels, making use of sometimes even 1 or 2 degree differences in melting point to separate out impurities. Though this level of control over heat was far beyond what a flame spirit wielder could hope to match, it was still considered a crude technique to Lionel's father. This alone was able to make the value of a metal spirit clear. A flame spirit wielder would only be able to gradually heat an entire Oregon little Tolly. However, as long as the ore was within a reasonable size, a size that was steadily growing as the little guy continued to evolve under Lionel's constant nurturing, could cause the same change to occur through the ore simultaneously. Being able to control the temperature of an entire ore to incredibly precise levels. Well, it didn't need to be explained any more just how useful this would be. Still, there were many downfalls to the use of this technique. Ultimately, the heating and cooling of an ore would inevitably cause changes. One of the most useful techniques in changing the strength and structure of a chemical bond is the clever usage of heating and cooling. Even if the purpose of the original heating would be to remove impurities, this wouldn't stop the ore from being affected in other ways. These subtle changes wouldn't be a big deal to a beginner. However, to an expert, every introduced variable was a tick away from the perfect product they sought. This problem, though, was only one for those who didn't have special spirits. This technique was called centrifugal oscillation and was considered to be a technique only silver crafters could use. But at that moment, Lionel brought it out with all the confidence of the world. He first used little Tolly to separate the several ores of the polished glass before him into several head-sized pieces. One after another, he picked them up. For a moment, it would seem to hang in the air, suspended upon nothing. Then in the next instant, it would begin to vibrate. This technique required delicate control. Vibration, especially at these high levels, could also cause a transfer of heat. However, this was where the special properties of the metal spirit came into play. A unique push and pull effect was created. Little Tolly placed the ores in a half-digested state, giving the metal a level of fluidity it would never have in its natural state, almost making it like metallic liquid. The result was a fluid far thicker than oil, even faintly beyond the consistency of peanut butter or molasses. However, this fluid state resulted in 2 things. First, the metal's ability to retain heat plummeted and its specific heat skyrocketed. The changes caused by vibrations were negligible. Secondly, the consistency of the pure metal and its impurities would have varying changes. As long as Lionel locked onto a particular frequency, he would use a combination of vibration and centrifugal force impurities to the surface. The best part about this technique is that it put all ores in an inert state. Even the usually violent polished glass became like a docile kitten between Lionel's fingers. It was only at that moment that the members of Polished Glass realized how casually Lionel had taken his previous time with them. He had most definitely not used this technique with them before. But there was a very obvious reason for this. Little Tolly was still an infant and functioned on his instincts most of the time. Even up to now, little Tolly's intelligence was still far beneath that of little Black Star. Using this technique for the little guy was akin to bringing a foodie to the best restaurant in the world, then telling them that they could only taste the food but not swallow. Now, imagine trying to control the impulses of a toddler to do the same. It was a tremendous strain on Lionel's focus to do this. However, he had already decided to go all out. In just 10 minutes, several tons of polished glass had been purified to the point they shimmered of white. In fact, if one looked closely, it would even be possible to find flecks of gold hidden within. That was it, the perfect refinement stage. Despite the hint of fatigue between his brows, a grin was spread across his face. His smile beamed, leaving many in a daze. Even as Biennala was still working on his first few refinements, Lionel had already moved on. His target? The knife. On the outside, the crowd was left completely stunned, especially the force crafters among them. For a layman, what they saw was enough to be shocked. However, for them, it felt like they were watching the work of a deity. Is that a metal spirit? Chapter 712. Biennala's two wives, especially, were shaken to their core. They had already decided that Lionel must be of an elite-class family just for knowing of the existence of the craftsman duel. However, the scene before them made them realize just how true this had to be. They didn't have enough knowledge to know whether what Lionel wielded was a true metal spirit or a metal spirit embryo. But regardless, an embryonic metal spirit was worth more than even many true spirits. Still, after some were shocked that Lionel was actually ahead of Biennala, many realized that he seemed to be quite tired. Did he overextend himself, trying to show off? On the top of a distant building, Sale frowned. However, when she saw Lionel's grin, something about it made her brain switch off. It was as though it said, "I've won." Jack was completely lost in his own world. He had no idea about Lionel's progress, nor did he care to know. He carefully rolled the polished glass between his fingers, making sure that there was an even distribution of heat. Then, with practiced movements, he began to roll the metal within the many wells of his workbench. This allowed him to press the metal out, forcing a new surface to the top. Whenever he spotted a new impurity, he would target it with his embryonic flame spirit, burning it to ash and separating it out. His hands were a blur. Compared to Kayla, who had to sweat every single step, Jack was a master of his craft, plowing through the refinement stage with a deft pace. If it wasn't for the fact Lionel was contrasting him, his speed would have definitely been a point of shock. 20 minutes after Lionel, Jack managed to finish, moving on to his first craft. The knife and the short sword had a thin line of separation between them. However, what was most important for either was their light weight, their sharp edges, and, most importantly, their balance. Thinking through this, Jack believed he had decided on a perfect path. By now, though, Lionel had long since begun and was only putting the finishing touches. Despite the fatigue between his brows, his speed didn't seem to slow in the slightest. In fact, it even seemed to faintly increase. Lionel knew, much like Biennala, that the knife category also encompassed short swords. Without hesitation, he began to make a 1.5 foot long blade. Polished glass was the best for its edges and sharpness. Lionel believed that a short sword could more easily take advantage of this. However, the striking differences between his actions and that of Jack's once again left the crowd in silence. Jack had to melt his refined metal down, delicately picking out molds and using the wells of his workbench to fine-tune the final product down to his specifications. But Lionel? All he had to do was send a perfect image of what he wanted to little Tali through his dream world. In the blink of an eye, little Tali would envelop the appropriate amount of refined metal, and by the time the little guy released, a perfect mold would be left behind. To the eyes of a layman, it looked like Lionel was cheating. Only the force crafters in the audience, who were well aware of how difficult it was to control metal spirits, stood in awe, their hands trembling. Lionel, however, couldn't be bothered to consider the thoughts of those on the outside. Whether they believed he cheated or not didn't matter to him. What was most important was that they knew Black Star existed, and that they knew if he could cheat, then how could he possibly have made a faulty product? He'll add a force art to help its swiftness. If I modify this force art like this, ITLL be able to gather the wind's momentum behind it with each successive combo it lands, effectively giving it a small wind domain. This sword has an incredibly thin blade, but polished glass is too brittle in such large quantities. It'll give a heat treatment and space out some force arts to make it more ductile. Most importantly, it'll add an impact dispersal force art. I should probably use this dispersal art on the rest as well. A saber is heavier than a sword. It'll be more difficult to forge out of polished glass. It'll add a strong curve to it. With that, the force on the blade will be applied in increments rather than all at once. It'll modify the dispersal art. The battle axe is actually much easier than the saber in this rare case. The blade of a battle axe would be just as large as a saber, but it has a more defined structure to support it. If I make the blade especially thin as the edge and widen it very gradually, there will be a natural force dispersal. It will slice through anything thanks to its weight and sharpness long before the structure fails. Just to be cautious though, it'll add polished glass has none of the flexibility a staff needs. I need something more than just dispersal arts for this. I need to change the whole structure. Alright, it'll hollow out the center and weave a double helix structure down its middle and fuse it to the inner wall of the staff. It'll add dispersal arts at all the joints of the double helix, making the structure even stronger. Lionel worked one miracle after another, his smile becoming brighter and brighter. If others didn't know better, they would think that he was actually recovering the longer he worked. But that was exactly what was happening. Compared to using a technique reserved for silver crafters, this was like a walk in the park for Lionel. His dream force was recovering far faster than he was using it at this moment. So how could he not be getting better and better? The moment Lionel finished his staff, he rose it high with a triumphant pride. He swung it down with all his force. Under the astonished eyes of all the crafters present, the staff bowed under his strength. Yet the brittle polished glass showed not a single sign of snapping. Lionel grinned, satisfied. The double helix structure could be seen through the transparent casing of polished glass. It gave those watching on the feeling of watching a work of art rather than a weapon. Then, Lionel sat with his 5 weapons before him, a calm smile on his face. However, those who knew the rules of the one or weapon medley suddenly had warped expressions. Why did he stop? Wasn't this too arrogant? Chapter 7:13. Jack had not a single clue that Lionel had finished. His hands continued to move at their same steady and quick pace, his expression unhurried, and his brows focused. However, it wasn't long before everyone began to realize that something was wrong, even those who were completely uninformed on matters of force crafting. Everyone had expected things to come to a conclusion after Jack completed his staff. But rather than doing this, Jack continued on to diligently and calmly complete a spear, then a glaive, then he even completed a halberd before he came to a stop. His brows furrowed in thought for at least a half hour before he shook his head. He couldn't think of any way to complete a bow with just a single, or he might be able to apply some principles he used to forge his flexible pole arms to make the main body of the bow. But not only did he feel like it would be no good, he couldn't even begin to think of a method to forge the bowstring out of polished glass. Any attempt he made would end in failure, that he was certain of. Realizing this, Jack finally allowed his gaze to regain focus. He stretched his body, feeling only a slight tinge of fatigue. But if he needed to, even doing this 10 more times wouldn't be much of an issue. After all, he was a fifth-dimensional existence, while this was nothing more than a few Tier 6 treasures. Jack looked up for the first time to find Lionel sitting in silent meditation. His lip twitched. Had this brat really finished before him? But when he saw the mere 5 weapons before Lionel, his brows raised. His first thought was that Lionel had been stumped when it was time to form his spear, much like he had been stumped at the forming of a bow. After all, Lionel was just a kid. It didn't make much sense for him to be proficient in so many weapons. Compared to the sword, the spear was a much rarer weapon in terms of how many used it. The learning curve needed to learn it was far more difficult. However, when Jack's gaze landed on Lionel's staff, he froze. A moment later, fury lit his features, a wild force whipping out from his body. Boy! Lionel, who had been in meditation, frowned and opened his eyes. Though he seemed to be mostly able to ignore Jack's pressure, he still didn't like the feeling. It made him feel as though a bucket of honey was being dropped over his head. The stickiness and discomfort was about the same. "You're finished," Lionel said plainly. "Are you trying to humiliate me? Do you think I'm so simple to handle?" Lionel's frown deepened. "If you want to take it that way, I can't stop you from doing so." Jack's chest bellowed, heaving up and down. It might have been a nice side had he been a woman, but unfortunately, he was just an old man who had lost himself to his rage. If before Lionel wasn't already certain that Jack had some terrible memories surrounding craftsman duels, he was certain now. This man was usually much too good at hiding his intentions to be acting like this due to what he thought was a single slight. However, Jack thought he had a reason to be infuriated. The spear was indeed more complex than the staff, but the principles behind their creation was almost identical. The main difference was in the blade and in ensuring that the spear was properly balanced, even with such an addition. Seeing that design of Lionel's staff, Jack's immediate thought was genius. For several seconds, the equivalent to an eternity for a person with his power, he couldn't take his eyes off of it. At that moment, he understood that Lionel was looking down on him. For him to complete exactly 5 weapons, just enough to claim victory in a medley with 9 rounds. It was nothing short of abject humiliation. How could he not be furious? Lionel could only sigh. This sort of disrespect was something he would never do, especially when Jack was giving him a high level of respect back. The 2 most important pillars of Lionel's life were respect and persistence, concepts his father had long since ingrained into his very being. How then could he slap Jack's face when it wasn't warranted? He would always return the same energy he was given. Unfortunately, though, this time, there was really nothing Lionel could do. Creating a weapon meant embodying its spirit at every step. If there was a way Lionel could circumvent this, he would. But for a spear master like himself to create a spear, it was impossible for his spear force to not take center stage. The moment this happened, whatever he was working on would shatter, no matter what step of the process he was at. Trying to force this not to happen would be akin to trying to use the silver grade technique on a much higher level than he was currently. Such a thing would drain him completely. Even if he did succeed, the product would be faulty since he didn't put his heart into it. And beyond that, his stamina would have been completely drained in the attempt, meaning he wouldn't be able to continue to make more anyway. No matter how he looked at it, it simply wasn't worth it. "Bring out your knife." Jack restrained his voice, reining in his emotions. Since this brat wanted to play, he would play. He would make sure he was crushed so thoroughly that he could never raise his head again. Lionel reached out a hand, causing the short sword to zip into his palm. He swung it lightly, causing the wind and the surroundings to sing. Before the first round even began, just looking at this scene, Jack's expression sunk. At that moment, his heart trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 714. Jack's face turned completely ashen. The crowd on the outside hadn't even gotten to say a thing when they noticed his uncontrollable trembling. However, the process had already begun. Elder Beanalas' badge, which was still on the ground beside Lionel's force crafting glove, suddenly began to glow. With a subtle sweep, a gentle energy rose Lionel's short sword up to meet Jack's knife. Jack gripped his fists, calming his breathing. Polished glass was used to refine edges of blades, normally. As a result, it was known for its sharpness, but lacked in other important qualities like ductility. Due to this, it could become extremely brittle when used in large quantities. As an expert crafter, Jack, of course, knew this. So he tried his best to limit the size of his crafts. When he saw that Lionel had made a short sword, he almost snorted in contempt. In fact, he would have had he not instantly been shocked by Lionel's staff. But at this moment, he couldn't find the heart to sneer. The gentle energy exuding from the badge rose up, both short sword and knife. Soon, both weapons began to tremble. The weapons' medley tests all came in 2 parts. The first testing the structural integrity of the craft, while the second tested its strength. This trembling was a part of the first test. Different frequencies of energy would be poured into the 2 weapons at varying speeds. gentle and long streams of force, fast and choppy, large and abrupt. The integrity of the blades would be put through a gauntlet. However, this gauntlet was only a preliminary test. The threshold that needed to be met would be decided by the level of the badge of the craftsman. As such, both Lionel and Jack were being tested by the standard of a Tier 9 crafter. Unfortunately, for Jack, this round was nothing short of torture because he knew that the true test was only coming. In that moment, the trembling finally came to a stop. Jack felt his heart was in his throat as the two weapons were raised against one another. Then, they collided. Clang! Crip! TSSS! Ding! Silence felt as half a blade clattered to the ground. Jack watched on with a vacant expression as his knife was sliced through. It felt as though his soul had left his body. Kayla and the others were at a loss for words, let alone them. Every member of the audience looked like they had seen a ghost. Many had to pinch themselves to make certain that they were still awake. Lionel opened his palm, allowing his short sword to fly back to his hand. Bloop blip, Lionel chuckled. Yes, you did good. That metal spirit? Jack was unlike his wives. Not only was he personally here in the flesh, he had more knowledge. There was not a single doubt in his mind what he was looking at. All sorts of emotions shot through his body. Astonishment, shock, despair, greed. This metal spirit, just how much was it worth? If he had it and sold it, let alone enough resources to enter the bronze grade, he might not have to worry for a thing well into the silver grade. Of course, Biennala was being delusional. Whether or not he still had the talent to become a silver grade existence was still unknown. Yet he was counting his chickens before they hatched. Before he could do much of anything, though, their two swords rose out as one. They began to tremble, just like the others, but soon stopped to be set against each other. Clang! Clang! Crip! TSSS! Ding! Jack's sword only lasted 2 strikes. Ding! His saber only lasted 1. Ding! His battle axe managed to last 3. 2 staffs rose into the air. On one side, there was Lionel's double helix encased structure. On the other, there was Jack's cutout spine design. Much like each of the clashes before, Jack's weapon was only a fraction the weight of Lionel's. And it showed. After a single strike, Jack already heard his spine structure crack. The sound was so jarring that he felt for a moment as though it was his own back that had snapped. The second strike bent Jack's staff out of shape. If it wasn't for his spine structure, the weapon itself would have already long since collapsed. But this only meant that it didn't stand a chance on the third strike. 5 weapons. 5 losses. Jack was so shell-shocked that he wasn't even sure how to react. Shouldn't it have been close? Shouldn't there have been some suspense? Some intrigue? Some small bit of face left for him? This must be the power of a metal spirit. It must. Jack's pupils flickered between greed, rage, and another emotion. He might not have recognized it himself, but his wives most certainly had. It was sadness. Seems I overestimated him a bit. Lionel couldn't help but think this to himself. This was the first time he had seen the standard of a supposed expert that was meant to be on his level. Though Lionel was close to the skill of a bronze crafter, he had still yet to actually craft one, so it could be said that he and Biennala were at about the same level. If he had known the gap was so large, he wouldn't have wasted time using a silver grade technique that took so much out of him. Are you convinced? Lionel asked. Jack, however, didn't seem capable of responding. He stared blankly at Lionel. The silence of the crowd was palpable. From the very beginning, most never breathed a word, watching this all play out in complete silence. The freshmen, and even many white belts and blue belts watching on felt as though something had clicked in their minds. Something about their demeanors shifted. Though it was subtle, it was there. However, before they could fully grasp onto that feeling, Jack finally spoke again, his eyes almost reddened with a tinge of madness. Your metal spirit, give it to me. Give it to me now. Chapter 7:15. Kayla's expression changed, a strong worry taking over her heart. Yet at that moment, Jack's aura was so stifling that she couldn't speak even if she wanted to. For Arte, who had been caught up in the mess since the very beginning, he could only smile bitterly. Was this really how things were going to end? Lionel would have had a better chance if he didn't allow Jack in at all. At least in that case, he might be able to argue that his shop was razed to the ground and get himself some compensation. However, even with all this worrying around him, Lionel didn't seem to react much to Jack's demand nor his fiery gaze. This seems to be a running theme with those of you who hold power in this place. Lionel replied, "You all believe that you can just do anything you want." Jack took a step forward. If it wasn't for his own workbench blocking his way, his hand would already be on Lionel's throat. But this sort of small obstacle wouldn't hold him back for very long, if at all. The only reason Jack was still showing a modicum of restraint was because he was well aware of how dangerous true spirits were, especially metal spirits. Though he could protect himself with his force, he also knew that this wouldn't last long. What would ultimately happen is that the metal spirit would eat through him and enter its overeating phase. If that sort of frenzy happened here, it would be a wonder if anyone could stop it. He needed Lionel to hand it over willingly and without a choice, making the little spirit believe that this was just another part of its tasks. After that, brainwashing and making the metal spirit forget Lionel was just a matter of time. With how gluttonous such spirits were, it would only require a large amount of food. As for the idea that Lionel wouldn't hand it over, Jack didn't even think of such a thing. Did a third-dimensional ant have the right to resist him? Unfortunately, Jack had no idea that on the outside of the shop, the faces of his two wives were growing uglier and uglier by the second. At this point, the two didn't even dare to look around for fear of meeting a gaze they didn't dare to match. The silence of the audience was just the same, but the atmosphere was completely different. Maybe in the past, many wouldn't react like this, seeing someone powerful assert their dominance. But for some reason, many in the crowd felt a discomfort down to their very bones at that moment, as though something fundamental about their ideologies was shifting. "Give me the metal spirit, boy." Jack practically growled. Lionel indifferently remained in his seated position. "Do you think the reason I defeated you is because of my metal spirit? Don't you think your actions right now are a bit sad? Even an elder can't take their loss in stride." Lionel's words seemed to hit Jack's sore spot. However, this time, Biennala didn't answer. He took another step forward, even sliding his own workbench out of the way. Lionel sighed and shook his head. Jack's footsteps suddenly froze. An image of what was being projected to the outside, alongside an image of the crowd, appeared above him, causing his face to twist and distort. He suddenly realized now why Lionel felt so calm. How could he actually not notice that he was being recorded? How long had this been going on for? How much had they seen? When Jack locked onto the faces of his wives, he realized that the situation wasn't good. However, wasn't it already too late? Since these people had already seen his true face, who cared anymore? What was a position in valiant heart worth in comparison to a metal spirit? Just a single metal spirit could probably buy out this entire world. "Give it to me." Jack growled. His patience had run this. A swirl of endless emotions threatened to erupt outward as he took another step toward Lionel. But it was exactly this step that made him freeze once again. He didn't even manage to take a second at all. He felt his aura disperse as a strong spatial force locked onto him. He realized in that moment that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move a single inch. Lionel continued to sit with an indifferent look on his face, as though he always knew Jack wouldn't be able to take those final steps. "You should be embarrassed to call yourself an elder." Lionel continued coldly. "Since you don't seem to be convinced, it'll make you convinced." Little Tolly. Blop bloop. Lionel snatched a refined piece of polished glass. His fingers began to move, gradually picking up steam as though they were doing nothing but warming up. In what felt like not even 10 minutes, the arc of a bow appeared before all their eyes. It curved along an elegant path and stood at 2 meters tall. In addition, it had the very same double helix pattern Lionel had used for his staff, sparkling and reflecting the gentle blacks of the second floor. You must have felt that it was possible to make the bow's body but its string is what you couldn't figure out how to do, correct? Lionel seemed to be asking a question, but judging by the fact his hands never stopped, it seemed he didn't care to receive an answer at all. Jack clenched his jaw, his eyes reddening. But even at this point, he couldn't move a single inch. Hey, erase the difference between you and I. Lionel took what remained of the refined ore and separated them out in small fingernail-sized balls in the blink of an eye. Snatching one, he had one of little Tolly's many parts envelope it completely. Pinching his fingers, Lionel began to oscillate them back and forth, slowly pulling his hands apart as the ball quickly became a long string so thin it could hardly be seen. Lionel repeated this exact process over 100 times. His precision was so perfect that each and every thin string of polished was exactly 5 atoms wide. But they were simultaneously as brittle as glass. Just a single touch could make any one of them snap. Just what was he thinking? Chapter 716. Little Tolly split into over 100 small pieces, coating each and every one of the fragile pieces. For a moment, it looked as though Lionel had 100 long lines of silver stacked before him. Then, with a thought, they began to twist relative to one another. First, they combined in groups of 5, twisting into a thicker line. Then, those groups of 5 combined with 3 others like them to form groups of 4. Finally, those full bundles of 20 came together, forming a final line. All the while, Lionel's quill moved like lightning. His movements were so controlled and precise that he didn't have to pause little Tolly's actions even a single time. He was absolutely perfect. When little Tolly finally slipped out from and revealed the final product, Jack felt as though his eyes were about to bulge. However, as though he didn't notice, Lionel calmly attached the newly made bowstring to its body and lightly pulled. The twang of a bowstring seemed to pluck at the hearts of all those who saw it. Bloop blop, little Tolly's many parts came together as one and happily landed on Lionel's hands, snaking around his fingers until it snuggled around his wrist. It was only at that moment that Jack realized that Lionel hadn't used his force crafting gloves from beginning to end. He clenched his jaw, but still couldn't move an inch. "I'm not one to be bullied in silence," Lionel said. "Seniors like you can't be considered my senior." Who knows whether it was by design or coincidence, but Lionel didn't call Biennala elder this time. His message couldn't have been more clear. "I was lucky this time because my force crafting saved me, but it's impossible to tell what would happen if I was on the outside. I can only hope that there's a swift and justified punishment." Lionel's plain words were like hammers to Jack's heart. Unfortunately for the latter, he was soon forcefully teleported out. Jack appeared on the outside, finally regaining control of his body. His first instinct was to blast all the energy he had been holding in toward the shop. But before he got a chance to, he felt like several eyes had landed on him. Jack's aura completely deflated. His rage had nowhere to vent itself, and his embarrassment seemed to have only increased by several times over. Without a word, he turned and sliced through the crowd on his way out, just as the picture above Black Star reverted back to its silver and black emblem. The crowd all watched silently as Biennala, followed by his 2 wives, departed. Though none of them said a word, somehow the silent condemnation was even worse than receiving a verbal barrage. On a distant rooftop, Sale watched on in silence. She didn't even notice when her eyes had begun to brim with tears. "What are you crying about?" Jerson frowned, looking at Sale as though she had lost her mind. What was wrong with this senior sister of his? Jerson didn't like Lionel very much to begin with, for obvious reasons. Plus, he also didn't know much about force crafting. He just barely knew enough to know that it was impressive for Lionel to defeat Biennala, but he didn't quite know how impressive. What he felt, though, was even if this was a pinnacle achievement, it definitely shouldn't be anything worth crying like this over, right? The only thing that truly shocked Jerson was the fact Lionel was actually able to send a 5th-dimensional existence packing without lifting a single finger. Sale wiped her eyes with a forearm and smiled, not bothering to explain in too much depth. Jerson didn't quite get it, because he was one of the few who would have fought for his rights against his seniors regardless. Even when he found out Lionel had a great background, he disdained him more than respected him. In the mind of a talent like Jerson, he could already fight for everything he wanted, so Lionel's words made no difference to him. However, if everyone was like Jerson, the organization would have never fallen to this point to begin with. By now, it had little to do with him and everything to do with those below. She didn't know what Lionel had done, and she had a strong feeling that this was definitely not the first time he had planted such seeds, but the result was something she was seeing right before her eyes now. He's doing all of this just for revenge toward a person who didn't even dare to say his name. How good would it be if he was doing all of this for less petty reasons? What result would there be if he did it because he loved Valiant Heart? In another distant building, Raylion finished the last of his meat, leaving behind nothing but an exceptionally clean plate of bone. These petty tricks are meaningless if you don't have the strength to back them up. As quickly as you can light a fire in their bellies, they can just as quickly be extinguished. Lionel collapsed to the ground the moment the images disappeared. Compared to his previous appearance, his current look was pitiful. In fact, he looked as though he had placed a step into a long-since-prepared coffin. He had really outdone himself this time. He could have just sent Jack out right after locking him down, but he had insisted on making his bow first. If it wasn't for the fact that Jack had been so focused on his craft and forgot to struggle with all his might, Lionel really would have collapsed first. Lionel was able to rely on a combination of his divine armor and his prepared force arts to barely deal with a single weak fifth-dimensional existence in a prepared environment. But in order not to reveal his divine armor too early, he put even greater strain on himself than he needed to. Now, the world around him was completely blurry. Even as Lionel's consciousness faded, his lips still curled. He could consider Phase 1 over. Now came the fun part. His fists were really itching. Chapter 717. If there was ever such a thing as rolling in merit points, Lionel had definitely reached the epitome. The sales his shop reached day in and day out could make even some elders bleed. Of course, much of these merit points went toward buying more materials to sell even more. However, even with this being the case, the profits alone were astronomical. There was simply no other place in Valiant City where they could get such cheap high-level weapons. It could be said that Lionel single-handedly raised the strength of all black and white belts by at least a level. As for blue belts, due to the fact he never sold weapons above the Tier 7 level, their strength remained about the same. When Blackstar truly began to pick up steam, there were factions made their move, each signing contracts with Lionel. Like this, Lionel didn't even have to worry about acquiring ores himself. Every week, he would receive a large supply of his own. It was no surprise, then, that the ones who suffered the most were the king of Or's faction. Not only had Lionel used their foundation to build the impenetrable Blackstar, but they obviously couldn't sign a contract with Lionel, who was now effectively holding what amounted to about a 10 to 20% share of the ore market. This didn't seem large, but when it was considered that most of the customers the ore factions had came from merchants of the Milky Way, the fact Lionel managed to swallow up such a large share was enough to make anyone mad with greed. All of this said, there was only so large such a small shop could grow. Even setting aside the fact that 70% of all the sold weapons, armors, and consumables were crafted by Lionel personally, Valiant Heart was only so large, and there were only so many students. Of course, the consumable and repair market kept the merit points flowing in droves. But even with this accounted for, there was a cap. This cap, however, wasn't a bad thing. In fact, Lionel had accounted for its existence. What Lionel wanted the most out of this place was a method to cure Aina. That was his main goal. His so-called revenge against Raylion and Hephaestus was nothing more than a blip on his radar. He hardly took them seriously. In order to do this, he needed to bring the segmented cube to Phase 3. If the shop kept growing to infinity, it would be difficult for him to find time to do any of this. Up to now, the cube had been slowly absorbing the fifth-dimensional force in the atmosphere. However, at this pace, it would still take several years to finish. If it wasn't for Lionel running into a force eruption, the segmented cube might very well still be in Phase 1. There were two methods that Lionel could think to accomplish this. The first were force crystals. It had to be remembered that the cause of the force eruption Lionel faced was a force crystal mine. Each force crystal presented a high concentration of force. This might speed up the process. The issue with this, though, was that Valiant Heart Mountain keeps a tight lid on all fifth-dimensional resources. Whether it was ores, herbs, or anything of the like, students like Lionel would never have a chance to lay hands on them. And this made sense from Valiant Heart's perspective. After all, what would fourth-dimensional brats do with such resources? They'd probably end up selling them off to their enemies. To the elders of Founding Peak, fifth-dimensional resources were all strategic. It was they that decided how strong or weak their Valiant Heart would be. They couldn't possibly be allowed to reach the hands of others. Of course, it wasn't necessarily impossible for Lionel to lay hands on a fifth-dimensional force crystal. He was certain that Valiant Heart had at least one vault of such treasures. In order to access them, he just had to become a bronze crafter. He didn't believe he couldn't exchange fifth-dimensional weapons for these resources. In fact, the elders of Valiant Heart might fight over him just like their students were. However, there was another issue with this. In order to practice with bronze crafting, Lionel needed fifth-dimensional ores. Theoretically, thanks to his ability, he could dream sculpt such ores and practice in his dream world. But to do that, he would need to actually lay eyes on them first. By now the problem was obvious. Lionel had a workaround, though. If he dream sculpted the bronze spears in his spear domain, then broke them down to the ores that made them up, he could then practice enough in his dream world to break through. But the logistics of that were more difficult than they seemed. Luckily, there was another option. The more Lionel learned about the Valiant Heart Zone, the more intrigued he became. According to Kayla, the training rooms that Valiant Heart were so proud of, even the one Lionel took his white belt exam in, were all products of treasures taken from the zone. The rewards for bringing such things out were most definitely not stingy. Knowing this, Lionel was already certain in his choice to enter the Valiant Heart Zone. Who knew? Maybe he would find something to directly boost the segmented cube to Phase 3 without having to trade anything in. Blackstar already ensured that Lionel would reach the merit point minimum for entry into the tournament. This tournament would have spots of entry on the line. So, Lionel's only task at this moment was to make sure he was strong enough to snag these spots. Though Lionel had won his battle with Arte, it also taught him that he was still beneath the blue belts in raw strength. With something like Aina's life, he would never let the shave be so close. With those thoughts swirling in his mind, Lionel prepared a training regimen for himself, consulting with the dictionary. His first step was to raise his metal body to its next bottleneck. And now he finally had access to more ores than he knew what to do with to accomplish exactly that. Chapter 718. Lionel sat in a private room, looking at piles of ores that dwarfed his body in size. He had long since finished his work for the day, so he was focused entirely on himself. Of course, with Lionel's level of skill, he could complete even a Tier 7 weapon in barely 10 minutes. As for weapons below that level, he was even faster. Considering how few could actually afford a Tier 7 weapon, he only needed to make a small number a day. So, after about 3 to 4 hours, he had already wrapped up. My metal body is at the lowest Tier 1 right now. The meaning behind this was simple. Lionel's body, when his runes were activated, was as tough as a Tier 1 fourth-dimensional Oregon. Since his foundation was built upon herb, or the strength of his body scaled along with it. Normally, it would be very difficult to raise his body beyond this. However, Lionel had the Puppet Master to thank for why this was not the case for him. After absorbing the Puppet Master's force and healing his body, Lionel's senses picked up on the changes to his body. Though there was no great change to his strength, the bottlenecks he would have experienced all the way up to the Tier 4 level were completely cleared. All Lionel had been missing to improve were the ores themselves, and now he had them. What Lionel had left was a choice of how to progress his metal body. Ultimately, all metal bodies were excellent at defense. How could they not be? Metals and their ores were among the toughest materials in all of existence. However, this didn't mean that there weren't certain choices to be made. It had to be remembered that from this point on, Lionel could give himself affinities through his metal body and his divine armor. His divine armor could be considered to be a temporary boost until he switched to a new one. However, his metal body was permanent and had to be slowly grown over time. But in this way, much of Lionel's choice had already been made for him. Without a doubt, Lionel's strongest asset was his innate force node and his Scarlet Star Force. However, he couldn't even use it without burning himself from the inside out. The best way to deal with this was obvious. Lionel needed to refine his body with star, light, and fire elemental ores until his body could withstand his own strength without imploding. After consulting with the dictionary and using some of his own deductions and speculations, Lionel came to a decision. Ores that carried 3 elemental characteristics were too rare and often wouldn't appear in lower dimensions. As such, he could only choose 3 separate ores. The first was Blazing Night Oregon. Right from the very beginning, if others knew that Lionel actually wanted to absorb such a thing into his body, they'd believe him to be a maniac. The ore looked like a crystal with a dancing red-black flame within. Just gazing upon it made one feel as though a shiver was crawling up their spine. Blazing Night ore was a fuel type ore. Much like how ancient Earth used coal and crude oil, Black Knight ore could fall within such a category of combustible energy as well. It was a favorite of force crafters and force pill crafters who might need an extra boost of heat during crucial moments. The method of using this ore was quite special. Rather than actually combusting them, they would be rubbed against an abrasive material until the ore began to give off fine dust particles. These fine dust particles could then be added to a flame in intervals to explosively increase its destructive capability and its heat. Though a flame seemed to be dancing within the crystal-like exterior, it was nothing more than an illusion. The danger wasn't hidden within. It was the entire ore itself. If it came into contact with any heat source, boom! Yet, Lionel had an entire pile of them stacked up in front of him in what could only be said to be far from a controlled environment. The second, or might be even more dangerous than the last. It was known as refractive gold. Living up to its name, refractive gold was an exceptionally beautiful, or beneath the dark blacks and silvers of Lionel's private room, it seemed to dazzle all the more. But even Lionel didn't dare to bring it out into the sunlight casually. Refractive gold looked like one might imagine a golden crystal to look like. Much like the previous, or it too looked a bit transparent. But whereas Blazing Night ore's danger was an illusion of the eye, refractive gold's danger was completely invisible until it wasn't. There was no dancing fire within it. But refractive gold had a special structure that could turn even the most benign of light sources into a laser beam capable of obliterating a Tier 4 existence. If a light was trapped by or just right, it would bounce around its inner mirrors before concentrating into a beam that would rival even the best of lasers even the current Earth had to offer. It was safe to say that whoever pioneered the use of this, or as the vessel type, or had to be a powerful individual unafraid of such things. Finally, there was the final, or this one was the rarest of the bunch, and though it was nowhere near as dangerous, it was definitely by far the hardest for Lionel to get his hands on despite also being a fourth-dimensional, or technically, this or was known as Star Core Oregon. And, like herb, it was not only a foundational type, or that could form the base of any craft, it also had the same name regardless of its stage of evolution. This ore was produced at the core of any dying star at and above the fourth dimension. As one might expect, it could be found in large quantities. But even still, due to the difficulty of mining this, or its price was still sky high. This fourth dimensional star core, or would be the foundation of Lionel's metal body. He would absorb 3 parts star core, 2 parts refractive gold, and 1 part blazing night, and shoot to Tier 4 in one sweep. Chapter 719. Lionel began to absorb the ores one after another, without a care for how dangerous they were. No matter how volatile they were to others, to Lionel, they only represented strength. In that way, he was much more like little Tolly than maybe even he knew. What Lionel most looked forward to, though, wasn't just the strengthening of his body, but rather the synergy his metal body had with his mage core. Under normal circumstances, the absorption of these ores would result in the following changes. Taking in Blazing Night would increase Lionel's ability to suppress the volatility of his Scarlet Star Force. The ore itself had an uncanny ability to remain inert without the presence of flames. When this essence was taken in by Lionel, he too would gain this ability to suppress. Taking in the refractive gold would give Lionel the ability to better control and concentrate. Finally, Starcore was known for its heaviness. It was a foundational type, or well known for increasing the weight of a weapon far beyond its proportional size. At the same time, this added weight would both stabilize and increase structural integrity. It could be said that by absorbing Starcore, Lionel was heavily increasing the density of his body and also its defense. This would offset the volatility of Black Knight perfectly and stabilize refractive gold to give him even more control. However, this was only if Lionel hadn't grasped Camelot's magic system for himself. When Lionel formed his mage core, his variant earth affinity did not appear as one of the petals despite the fact space. His weakest affinity, should he not use his divine armor, had a flickering black-silver petal for itself. The reason for this was simple. Lionel had made his variant earth affinity the stem and roots of his mage core. This didn't seem like a big deal and even seemed to make sense. After all, what better stabilizing element was there outside of Earth? This was only more so for its metallic variant. However, when Lionel's metal body is taken into consideration, the fundamental nature of this choice comes with implications far more than something so simple. A mage core is the representation of a mage's magic. In Camelot's magic system, it roots a connection between body and spirit, allowing magic to be controlled more like the extension of one's body rather than requiring the use of a force art every time. This was why, after the formation of his mage core, Lionel was able to wield the elements and bend them to his will even without evoking any spells or mage arts. And it was also why even the most basic of spells had gotten a massive boost even without Lionel modifying them. This would be the same for anyone who formed a mage core as long as their affinities were high enough. So what was the difference with Lionel? The core lay in his metal body. Due to the characteristics of his lineage factor, Lionel's mage core and metal body formed a symbiotic relationship where one could feed off the other in an endless feedback loop. This was the fundamental change that occurred when Lionel made his metal variant affinity his root and stem. This meant that whenever Lionel absorbed ores, the changes would occur not just in his body, but in his magic too. To put things as simply as possible, while Lionel's body gained all the aforementioned boosts, his magic subtly changed as well. Or maybe the changes weren't so subtle at all. First, Lionel's flames gained an explosive characteristic thanks to Blazing Night. If before they could just emit heat, now they wrought destruction. Even a simple fireball spell from a Tier 4 Lionel would manifest like a nuke being dropped from the skies, maybe not quite so much in strength, but most definitely in feel. The second change to Lionel's magic would be his ability to concentrate his mage arts into incredibly fine beams. This would be especially so for his light elemental magic. Though this effect would be less prominent than the explosive characteristic he would gain, if used properly, it could be even more dangerous than the first change. The third change would be in thanks to Lionel's Star Core. Though Lionel had yet to learn any star elemental mage arts, not having had the time to research just yet, this wouldn't change the fact that he could still bend the element to his will with just his body alone. He could effectively add an impossible amount of weight behind his every strike with a thought. Yet, As amazing as these changes were, none of them touched upon the most fundamental and most drastic change. And this is where the prowess of this synergy began to show itself. With just a thought, Lionel would be able to cast Earth Elemental Force arts that manifested the character of any one of these ores he was currently absorbing. In fact, if he wanted, he could even form any one of these ores from thin air, no differently from how he might have formed an earthen arrow from a mage art in the past. In the past, Lionel's variant earth affinity would add a slight metal sheen to his mage arts. This change would increase the strength of his casts by a measure to be beyond that of a normal earth mage. However, the effect of this was limited. It would strengthen an offensive attack like Earthen Spear, or a defensive art like Grand Bell Construct. However, when it came to other more unique earth elemental arts, it would be useless and even sometimes become a hindrance. However, now Lionel had more control over exactly what variations would occur because he could now evoke specific ores, bringing his earth magic to an entirely new level. With his metal body as his foundation and his mage core as an equal partner, Lionel believed that should he ever learn how to perfectly integrate his spear force with his magic, he would be undefeatable even amongst those several levels higher than himself. Chapter 720. Lionel felt his strength soar. Beneath his closed eyelids, his eyes flickered with all sorts of colors, and even his hair began to dance with a mysterious light. Lionel's skin shimmered like polished metal, even beneath the dim lights of his private room. When his eyes opened, though, his gaze was surprisingly calm, albeit far deeper. Looking at the emptiness in front of him, Lionel sighed. Improving his metal body was definitely not cheap. And even though now he could probably swipe at the air and make more ores, that obviously took stamina. How foolish would it be for him to sap his energy just to gain more energy? Though it might be useful in battle to heal himself. But even then, it would be better if he just carried around a store of these ores for those kind of situations. The cost-effectiveness of creating these ores wasn't worth it. However, if it was a matter of using them in a strong attack or defense, that was a different matter entirely. The new mage arts Lionel wanted to create would be centered around these ores. This was why he hadn't gone out of his way to start formulating new mage arts on the level of the fourth dimension just yet. Only this way would he be able to maximize his strength. It seems that now is a perfect time to take Aina's advice and visit the Valiant Hall training rooms. Maybe I can finally get something out of this organization then. But first, Lionel took out a familiar ring. But he was instantly surprised by the feeling he had when he rolled in his palm. It feels different. Lionel was certain that this ring hadn't changed at all. His dream sculpt made sure that he wouldn't make such a mistake, and he had long since stored this mysterious ring into his dreamscape. So, the difference was definitely not due to a change in the ring itself, but most definitely a change in Lionel. So it's like this: Lionel's eyes glowed. The moment he touched the ring, he pinpointed many things. First, it was made of fifth-dimensional ores. Second, it was formed of 7 different types of ores on this level. Third, he was able to pick out the exact ores used with a simple touch. Fourth, he was even able to see through some of the smelting and crafting processes the ring had undergone. Lionel felt like if he were to dream sculpt the ring now, it would take him a fraction of the time it did before. What was shocking about this change wasn't the information, because Lionel's dream sculpt had long since informed him of all of this. What was shocking about it was that the information had been transmitted to him in a completely new way. Lionel was certain. His earth affinity had taken a massive leap forward. He had neglected such a simple thing. As Lionel refined his metal body, it seemed that his earth affinity would also increase. But this increase was far more than what Lionel was expecting. The only explanation, then, was the synergy between his metal body and his mage core. At this moment, Lionel felt that he had the equivalent earth affinity to a Morales family genius who had stepped into Tier 9 of their fourth-dimensional metal body. And the feeling was like standing high up on the clouds. Before, Lionel could only control a 10-meter range of space in this fifth-dimensional world. But now, he felt that controlling even 100 meters wouldn't pose much of an issue. Lionel took a deep breath and cleared his mind. Now wasn't the time to get engrossed in such things. "What is this ring?" Lionel finally asked. "Ping," replying to Seed, "is a key." Lionel raised his eyebrows. "A key to what?" The dictionary didn't respond. Lionel had experienced this once before in the Camelot Zone. It seemed that the dictionary didn't know the answer to this. Though the dictionary somehow knew about the Oryx and their hyper-evolution, but not about this, Lionel wasn't too surprised. From Lionel's understanding, the dictionary didn't know anything like one might expect a database to. In fact, Lionel was certain that the only data within the dictionary were the messages left by his father and his lesson plans. Aside from this, everything else the dictionary knew was based on deductions and scans. If it couldn't scan something to understand it, then it wouldn't have an answer. Lionel was quite astonished when he came to this conclusion, because it meant that his father managed to create a device that was even better than his ability at doing what his ability was meant to do. Shaking his head, Lionel recollected himself. "Where are the engravings from?" "Ping. Engravings are from a language not yet evolved." Lionel's pupils constricted. At that moment, he understood. A language not yet evolved? That meant that this language already existed, but it had not gained the dialects or quirks of the engravings placed on the ring. The ring deduced that there was a language similar enough to these engravings, but not similar enough that they could be called the same. Almost like a comparison between English and Old English. That could only mean one thing. This ring was from the future. It sounded absolutely ridiculous when Lionel put the only logical deduction into tangible thought. But oftentimes, the things that less intelligent people couldn't accept were things that those who were could easily. How difficult the concept was to accept didn't matter. All that mattered was that it was the only logical conclusion. As long as this was true, Lionel didn't care even if the dictionary told him that this ring was his son. He would accept it. What he needed to focus on was not how ridiculous the conclusion was, but rather on how to make it make sense. This was what separated the layman from the experts. And for that, Lionel already had an answer. In fact, he thought of it almost instantly to the point it made the original premise far easier to accept. This ring, it was from a variant zone. The only questions that were remaining was if this ring was from the Valiant Heart variant zone or another. And how the hell had Senior Lou of all people gotten his hands on it? Chapter 721. Lionel didn't have an answer to his question, and, unsurprisingly, neither did the dictionary. But Lionel didn't mind. Even if this ring led to a dead end, he could still accept it. Lionel knew that variant zones only appeared when a world was on the verge of collapse. According to Kayla, Valiant Heart managed to use a treasure they earned participating in the Morales family's air wars to maintain this zone and continuously benefit from it. Other than these facts, everything else was too variable to make any conclusions on. So, Lionel didn't waste any brain power on things he knew he didn't have enough knowledge to reach a logical conclusion with. Instead, Lionel stood and began to make his way to Valiant Hall. "Hello. I'd like to take a look at the training rooms you have available." Lionel soon found himself on the second floor of Valiant Hall once again. In fact, he could even see some black belts getting ready to take their own exams, and the receptionist he spoke to was the very same dead-eyed man whose disposition hadn't changed a single bit. Without a word, the man pushed a booklet to Lionel. With a quick look, Lionel realized that the training rooms of Valiant Hall were different from the ones you might find on Hero Peak. Rather than having specialized rooms, Valiant Hall had their training rooms separated into grades. The grades decided the intensity of the setting within the room, or more accurately, the range the settings could be used within. Though Valiant Hall was less specialized and also more expensive to use, it made up for it in convenience. For the current Lionel, they were actually quite perfect. He'll take the S-grade training room, then, Lionel decided. There were 3 grades below this, and, unfortunately, the grades above this all require Elder or equivalent status. So this was the best Lionel could do. The receptionist looked at Lionel. The prices were very detailed, so he didn't believe that Lionel hadn't seen them. A single day cost 1,000 merit points, and that was only if you used the simplest functions of a room, like weight training or target practice. If you planned on using anything more special than that, the points would quickly rack up. Yet, Lionel hadn't hesitated. It seemed that this receptionist with a dead look was quite the recluse. There were very few who didn't know of Lionel's wealth by now. It was almost amusing that he was surprised. Lionel took a deep breath, standing at the very center of a spacious room. The S-grade training room looked almost identical to the exam room. It, too, was constructed of large meter-long and wide tiles, each of which was a perfect in-between for white and black. And it also happened to be in the shape of a perfect cube. The only difference aesthetically was that the S-grade training room was 100 cubic meters large, while the exam room was only 20. Lionel waved his hand forward in a command gesture. Without much lag, a hovering control panel appeared before him, filling his eyes with fascinated lights. He was once again certain that this level of force crafting was beyond Valiant Heart. But now that he knew that these things came from the variant zone, it was all easier to accept. First things first, I need to work on my Bodis flexibility. Let's see, Lionel had already decided on this long ago. Having a metal body was great, but he had noticed during his run-in with the Oryx that his body movements were growing stiff. If things continued like this, his lineage factors would end up restraining one another rather than complementing each other. His Snowy Star Owl lineage factor should have given him great speed. But if his joints became a rate-limiting factor, then what good would that do him? The good news was that there should be a solution to this. The Morales clan's metal body, a lineage factor they relied upon to reach the top of the dimensional verse, wouldn't have such a glaring weakness. At least not so early, anyway. The bad news, though, was that while Lionel's father had left him any and all techniques he would ever need with regard to force crafting, when it came to matters of actual combat, he abandoned his son completely. Lionel could almost imagine his father cackling somewhere far off in the universe, his feet up on a table and a grin on his face, watching his only son struggle. Why his father had done this, Lionel had no idea. But if there was anything his father was good at, it was being really stubborn about arbitrarily drawn lines. If he wasn't like that, Lionel probably wouldn't have spent his whole life thinking that his mother had abandoned them. Lionel still had a shred of luck left, though. At the very least, the dictionary didn't leave him hanging this time. Dealing with the stiffness of his body was all about taking a preemptive approach. The immediate aftermath of a breakthrough in metal body would leave the metal essence he had absorbed in a very malleable state. While it was like this, it was the best time to lay the foundation for a more flexible body. Thankfully, Lionel realized this issue early on, or else he might have great problems to deal with later down the line. Not wasting any more time, Lionel opened the technique library. This was a second benefit of using a training room in Valiant Hall. Members of Valiant Hall had access to the techniques of all peaks as long as they paid for it with merit points, though the price here was more expensive than if Lionel went to each individual peak. It was once again matchless in convenience. Lionel soon found what he was looking for, and, not long later, he used the help of the dictionary to decide what the best choice was. However, his face couldn't help but twist when he realized what it was. He really wanted to cry tears, but had none to shed. His hand hovered above the screen, twitching. 108 Rising Suns. Chapter 722. Lionel closed his eyes as he pressed the accept prompt. He felt as though he was losing a portion of his innocence forever. No matter what, he couldn't let Aina know about this, or he wouldn't ever be able to live it down. Everything only got worse after the technique was projected to Lionel. As one might expect, 108 Rising Suns had exactly 108 positions, all curated to ensure that a sun did indeed rise. The issue with all of this was that Lionel would have to be the one to complete all of them. Fuck it. It's not like there's anyone here to see this anyway. So, Lionel began. With the help of the training room, Not only was the technique projected to him, but there was even a live model to follow. At the very least, watching the model going into such poses was far better than watching Lionel himself do it. The poses began innocent enough. The first few were nothing but normal stretches. What was special about them would be the fashion by which force was circulated and used to supplement these positions. Due to this special use of force, Lionel found himself sweating just by trying to touch his toes or twist his back. Things only got progressively worse from there. By the end of it, Lionel was folded into a pretzel, his ass sticking up high into the air and his face flushed completely red, soaked through completely with sweat. The good news was that by the time he got to pose 108, he was far too tired to even consider how embarrassing his poses were. The bad news, however, was more the same. He might have to kill anyone who saw him like this. Lionel collapsed into a starfish position, his lungs gasping for breath. How could he have ever thought that an exercise created for the sake of sex would be so grueling? Was sex this demanding? Lionel shivered. At that moment, Lionel realized something quite uncomfortable. He looked below only to see that a certain rod was standing completely at attention. Damn it. It seemed that the use of force wasn't so innocent after all. This damned exercise was meant to stimulate him like this. Lionel looked up at the ceiling, his dick throbbing and no ana in sight. It was then that he realized, according to the dictionary, he had to do this twice a day for at least a month to get the lasting results he wanted. In fact, he would have to maintain this regimen for as long as he was in the fourth dimension, as he would likely have to find another for the fifth. Is this what they meant by absolute power corrupts absolutely? I haven't even gotten to absolute power yet, though. Several dozen minutes later, Lionel's loins finally managed to calm their fire. Of course, a harsh and cold shower helped volumes with this. Luckily, this training room also had this available. After Lionel was finished, he ordered a meal and practically inhaled it all before getting back to his training. Now that this flexibility nonsense is out of the way for now, we can focus on what really matters. Lionel was quite excited for this. He felt that his body was lighter and more powerful and explosive than it had ever been. And that was just after one round of 108 Rising Suns. Now, he was ready to put it into use. There were a few things Lionel wanted to do. For one, his spearmanship was far too basic. As of now, all of Lionel's attacks were of the simplest variety that might be taught to a child who had just entered a dojo. The only spear technique he had was Call of the Wind, but that was technically a modified archery technique. Ironically, he never used it with his bow. By now, Call of the Wind was too weak for Lionel to use in battle, so he never did. It was more worth it to use simple and straightforward attacks. But now, he finally had the time and the funds to use real techniques. The truth was that Call of the Wind wasn't weak. It had B a C-grade reward, which made it about a tier 3 or 4 technique. Lionel could use it effectively even now. The main issue was that after modifying it into a spear technique, it became even weaker than that. And Lionel had a poor wind elemental affinity without Little Blackstar by his side, so he found it to be more of a hindrance than anything to his marksmanship. What Lionel wanted to do now was clear then. He wanted to look for a few spear techniques that would suit him and give him more powerful explosive strength. After he did this, he definitely needed to find a few bow techniques that suited him as well. As of now, he was only using the things he learned from Merlin's trial. And though they were good and quite many in number, they ultimately lacked the one-hit strength Lionel was looking for. If not for this, he wouldn't have been forced to run from the Oryx. Beyond this, Lionel would throw his focus into creating new mage arts around his metal body and mage core synergy. As for things like movement techniques, Lionel already had one he was very fond of and suited him perfectly. Even up to now, he still hadn't unearthed all of its potential. The final things Lionel thought he might as well look into would be styles, and, maybe most importantly of all, Lionel wanted to see if Valiant Heart had any more resources that might help him understand how to utilize his Dream Force just that much better. As much as he seemed to despise Valiant Heart, if not for them, he would still be using normal Soul Force as opposed to the much more powerful Dream Force. Lionel felt it was about time he see through to the true potential of his dream force. With that thought, Lionel opened up a panel of spear techniques. Chapter 723. Lionel soon realized that these techniques got very expensive very quickly. The yoga technique he had just bought only cost a few hundred merit points. But these tier 7 and higher spear techniques Lionel was looking through all cost several thousand at the cheapest. There also weren't a small number that could only be counted in the tens of thousands. However, if others could afford it, for Lionel, it was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. In fact, the only reason he was thinking of the expense now was because of Aina. She had never spoken about how expensive these places were to use, and Lionel was pretty certain that he had a good grasp on her merit point situation. I guess I'll just have to give her a bunch next time I see her. Lionel shook his head and began to focus. He not only needed a technique, or maybe techniques that could fit in well with his affinities, but he also needed them to not clash while being used with a potentially two-headed spear. Lionel's most powerful weapon was his quasi-silver double-headed spear. It would be a shame if he was in a tough enough battle to be forced to bring it out, only to find out that he couldn't use it to its greatest potential. Immediately, Lionel eliminated all spear techniques that didn't align with his affinities. From what Lionel could see after this, there were many spear techniques usable by those with fire elemental affinities. Almost too many. In contrast, there were only a handful that could be used with his light elemental affinities, and only 3 he found had star elemental affinities as their root. This made sense. After all, the rarer the affinity, the less likely one would be to find techniques for it, especially when you were looking for the use of specific weapon. Not only this, but they also became many times more expensive. However, what was odd was that Lionel didn't find even one earth elemental technique. To put that into perspective, he did manage to find one space elemental spear technique. Is it difficult to make an earth elemental technique with the spear in mind? Out of curiosity, Lionel checked through all the earth elemental techniques Valiant Heart had, only to find that it wasn't just rare for the spear, but for weapons in general. It seemed that it was difficult to translate the earth elemental into combat techniques if a weapon was involved. I see. Lionel made a mental note of this and moved on. The earth element wasn't known for its attack prowess to begin with, so Lionel had never expected to choose a technique with it in mind. The moment he had laid eyes on the space elemental spear technique, he knew he had to have it. Even though it cost 90,000 merit points, an amount that wasn't small even to him, it didn't matter. Lionel knew that it was the perfect technique for his double-sided spear. If used in conjunction with his divine armor, he could truly be undefeatable, especially on a battlefield. Without hesitation, Lionel snatched it, adding Vanishing Blade to his arsenal. Then, he turned his attention to the light, fire, and star elemental techniques. From the light, he chose a technique worth 30,000 merit points called Harmonic Spear. From the fire, he chose 2 techniques worth 17,000 merit points combined called Infernal Cyclone and Meteoric Impact. As for star elemental techniques, Lionel decided that of those available, none suited his style very well. He believed that Meteoric Impact, Infernal Cyclone, Harmonic Spear, and Vanishing Blade would all synergize very well and flow immaculately in battle. However, the star elemental techniques were all focused on heft and weight. In Lionel's opinion, the star element was about more than just its weight. However, these techniques were rather crude despite how expensive they were. If Lionel ever wanted a star elemental spear technique, he would either have to make one of his own or join an organization with better spear techniques than Valiant Heart. Lionel took a deep breath. With a thought, a gorgeous silver spear appeared in his palms. The moment it did, it was as though it wanted to fight against Lionel, causing him to grin. You're quite arrogant for a spear, but you fighting against me like this is exactly the training I need right now. Keep going. The double-headed spear was 3 meters long, dwarfing Lionel in size. Though at the moment it was impossible to see with the naked eye, Lionel knew well from just a touch that it had the capability to split into 3 segments. Let's begin with the foundation. Meteoric impact. Lionel held the trembling silver spear out with one arm, watching the motions of the live model with an intent gaze. There wasn't a single twitch of the muscle or shift of force that he missed. Without leaving out a single detail, he reflected it in his dream world. Lionel split his mind 30 ways, having had even more improvement recently. He assigned each to a crucial point of his body, having it entirely focus on reflecting the technique to absolute perfection. Then, using his infallible memory, he etched the feeling into his very being. Meteoric impact was split into 4 stages of mastery. The first was the large rock stage. The second was the small rock stage. The third was the sand stage. And the final was the ash stage. This technique was all about focusing explosive firepower into the very tip of one spear. By following this unique flow and making use of perfect timing, one would be able to unleash an explosive assault capable of doing devastating harm. Without Lionel having to say anything, the training room understood his need and manifested the forms of several large rocks. With an explosive step, Lionel erupted forward, his spear streaking forward like a piercing meteor. On its tip, a whistling shield of flames flickered. Bang! The spear tip collided with the massive rock before him. In one moment, the rock trembled, and in the next, it shattered, exploding outside into numerous tiny shards. In his first attempt, with a spear that didn't want to listen to him, Lionel immediately crossed the large rock stage and entered the small rock stage in a Tier 7 technique. Chapter 724. You really don't want to listen, huh? Lionel chuckled as he looked down at the spear in his hand. If the elders of Valiant Heart knew he had such a treasure, who knows how they'd react? They'd probably rightfully get a bunch of satisfaction out of the fact Lionel couldn't control it very well. By Lionel's estimation, if not for his spear fighting back against him, he would have been at the sand stage at worst, destroying the rock into fine dust particles. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to reach that threshold, but Lionel was fine with this. Mastering these techniques posed little to no difficulty for him. He hardly had to try, he just needed to perfectly copy what he saw before him and use his ability to replicate it. If he wanted, it would take no more than 2 or 3 strikes to reach the ash stage. Without his spear fighting back, it would almost be too easy. Of course, Lionel had this training room to thank for this. At the same time, he got the idea for a new ability. Just then, he had decided to split his mind across his body on a whim, just trying to make sure the technique was fine-tuned. But he hadn't expected the feeling of absolute control it gave him. In that moment, Lionel felt that even if he wanted to control how fast his heart beat, he could do it. I'll store this at the back of my mind. I'm sure there are many potential applications. Though Lionel thought this nonchalantly, what if there was one day he could split his mind trillions upon trillions of ways, allowing him to fine-tune every cell of his body? Of course, Lionel didn't even know if such a thing was possible. He was already at the peak of the 4th dimension with his mind, and though he was still incrementally becoming stronger in this aspect, even without breaking through, there couldn't be much more room for growth, right? Lionel shook his head and focused once again. A wheel of fire whistled through the room. Lionel's hands passed over one another, his twin-bladed spear shifting from side to side as it spun at impossible speeds. Sweat beaded down Lionel's face, but the cold look in his seemed to freeze the air. SHUU, rolling wheels of fire shot out from Lionel's spear, rolling along the ground like death traps bearing down on an enemy. They smashed everything in their path to the ground, exploding them into fine dust upon contact. Lionel spun his spear around his waist, the speed of its spin accelerating as an arc of fire shot through the air. It looked as though a wheel of flame followed every spin, encasing Lionel in a gyroscope of endless red-black flames. Explode, explode, explode. Every rock Lionel came up against was immediately blasted apart, sending bits and pieces pelting around the room. The strength of Infernal Cyclone was undeniable, and it was more relentless than meteoric impact, albeit much more difficult to control. But this was to be expected for a Tier 8 black treasure. Infernal Cyclone was built on the back of this wide, sweeping, and spinning spear technique. It only became more potent when 2 blades as opposed to just one were involved, making it perfect. Of course, it was much better when there were multiple enemies to face, but this was exactly why Lionel hadn't chosen it as his only technique. In terms of stages, Infernal Cyclone didn't have any. Rather, it had move stances. These were broken down into the forward spin and reverse spin, which could be broken down into many iterations that didn't need to be explained. What was important, though, was that when mastered to a certain degree, these wheels of flames could jet out from the spear, leaving devastation in their wake. This was considered to be the ultimate form of mastery for Infernal Cyclone, and one Lionel was still having trouble controlling. His accuracy was a bit off, and the wheels weren't as compact and powerful as he would like. But he felt like he would grasp it soon. Lionel took deep, heavy breaths. A strong golden light resonated around him, making him seem particularly holy as his hair danced about. Lionel swept his spear forward. His actions seemed to be particularly slow. Yet, somehow, his spear left afterimages in its wake. These afterimages were so clear that they almost appeared to be the real thing. Lionel shifted his feet, sweeping his spear backward and using its second blade to pierce forward. The images layered atop of one another, making it seem as though Lionel's blade was twice as long as it truly was. This was the harmonic spear technique. It emphasized 2 things, speed and trickery. The afterimages were so clear because Lionel was using his light elemental force to reflect perfect images of his spear. At this level of mastery, they became so clear that they were almost indistinguishable from the real blade. When this illusion was layered with the speed of the technique, it made Lionel look as though he was moving slower than he really was. In battle, this trick of the eye would prove to be deadly. While one might think that Lionel was still a meter from them, bang! Another rock shattered. But this time, the result was so devastating that the dust didn't settle quickly. Rather, what looked like black snowflakes slowly drifted to the ground, making it look like some eerie winter wonderland. When supplemented with light elemental force, Lionel felt that his spearmanship was more than twice as fast as usual, more than 3 times, in fact. With Harmonic Spear, he felt like a god amongst men. Harmonic Spear was also formed into stages, but unlike the others, it didn't have a cap. It was entirely dependent on the number of after-images you could sustain at once. Though Lionel felt like sustaining dozens wasn't a problem for him, he felt that it wouldn't be useful. 9 was about optimal for the opponents he would be calling enemy very soon. Once he managed to integrate these 3 spear techniques into one, and then layered Vanishing Blade on top of them, even Lionel anticipated the kind of strength he would be able to display. Chapter 725. An arrow streaked across the training room. Exploding pockets of air hovered like a halo around it for just a moment before it shot by. If one looked closely, though, this arrow seemed to be far too large to have been shot out of the bow of a normal human. It was encased in a force that made its weight and substance far more substantial. The moment it impacted against the opposite wall, tearing a path through several prepared stones, the training room shook and quaked. Lionel slowly put his bow away. He had put this room through a lot in the past several days. He was surprised it hadn't collapsed yet. Of course, he had no intention of holding back. After everything Valiant Heart had put him through, maybe destroying a few training rooms would be the best way for him to get some payback. Shaking his head, Lionel began his second round of yoga for the day. Lionel was very surprised by how much these yoga poses were helping him. Without exaggeration, if he had to pick the single best technique he had learned during this partial seclusion, it would be 108 rising suns. It wasn't the most powerful, obviously, and it couldn't be applied directly in battle. But the benefits it gave to Lionel as a whole couldn't be understated. Lionel felt that his coordination was through the roof. At the same time, his speed and even his strength had taken a tick up. The more limber his body became, the less work Lionel had to put in to fight against its limitations, and thus the more direct and efficient strength he could apply. From Lionel's estimation, a small tick up in flexibility caused sweeping changes through his body, especially since Lionel was a person with high levels of coordination to begin with. All of this should have made Lionel very happy. But the reality was the opposite of this. Of course, this unhappiness had nothing to do with the embarrassment of the poses. Lionel had long since gotten over that. Rather, much more seriously, it put a big problem of Lionel's into perspective. This time, Lionel had been able to pick out a facet he could improve in and fix it. However, what about next time? Lionel wasn't Aina, who had an intuition about how to best train her body. Lionel had to deduce and often guess at everything. Never in his wildest dreams did Lionel believe just adding some flexibility to his body would cause such wide, sweeping changes. This led to Lionel being stifled by a fear of missing out. What if there was some other simple method he hadn't quite grasped just yet? What if there was some important training method he should be starting now to set a foundation for the future he was completely unaware of? Toward such a thing, Lionel could only sigh. Dedicating one of his split minds to always pay attention to his boat estate was about the best he could do in the regard. Finishing up his exercises, Lionel took another cold shower and engulfed an entire family's worth of food before turning his attention back to the control panel. At this point, Lionel was quite satisfied with his gains. He had learned 4 spear techniques, 1 excellent bow technique, and he even had the framework for several new mage arts being configured and tested in his dream world, even right now. For now, Lionel decided against choosing a style. After looking through all of them, Lionel didn't find any that were truly worth it. Though those styles seemed extremely powerful when he first learned of them in Brave City, months removed, Lionel realized that they weren't much different from parlor tricks. Lionel found that shifting his state of mind to use these styles was a hindrance to his optimal battle state, and splitting his mind to maintain them would still, likewise, be hindering his best self. Lionel was a cold and calculating warrior. He meticulously broke down his movements and that of his opponents into countless numbers a very rare few could understand. However, none of these styles were quite like that, and those that were seemed like cheap knockoffs of something Lionel could do on his own better. So, Lionel ignored styles for now, deeming them to be a waste of time. Instead, he turned his attention to everything Valiant Heart had on Dream Force, his eyes lighting with excitement. If this went well, he might very well be able to bring his ability to a new level. What was unique about Dream Force that set it apart from every other force type was in the fact every living thing with a consciousness had it. It might have appeared in very small quantities in most people, but that didn't change this fact. What made those with Dream Force Affinity special was that they were able to use this unique force in large quantities. These individuals could be considered to be hyper-aware. They had minds that worked on a different level than everyone else. When Lionel began to delve into the world, he truly began to learn something new. Within the dimensional verse, abilities weren't as random as Lionel once thought. Though there were always instances of unique, uncharted abilities popping up here and there, most abilities could be separated into defined categories and graded in very specific ways. This grading system was known as the Ability Index, and it was widely accepted. It was likely due to a comprehension of the Ability Index that Arte was so easily able to decipher that Lionel had a sensory-type ability. For example, take for instance the Ability Index of telekinetic individuals. These people were separated into 4 categories based on the strength of their ability. The first level was called Control. The second level was called Strength. The third level was called Amplification. And the fourth and last level was known as Sublimation. There were countless individuals born with telekinetic abilities, but most of them fell into the weakest control category. As one might expect, then, those with Dream Force-related abilities also had their own ability index and were likewise separated by strength. Chapter 726. Lionel's eyes brightened. This sort of systematic categorization was exactly what he was missing. Lionel had long since abandoned his stat reading habit because it would often throw him off in the midst of battle. Without understanding a person's lineage factor or ability, doing something like reading their stats would only handicap himself. But this ability index was a completely different story. If he could grasp an understanding of it, Lionel smiled, making a decision to memorize the entire ability index when he had the time. But first, he would have to focus on himself. Lionel turned his attention to Dream Force. The first level, Opening. The second level, Awakening. The third level, Visualization. The fourth level, Control. The fifth level, Manifestation. The fifth level in particular had a red underline, causing Lionel to sigh. The reason this ability index existed was obvious, but it was also a guide to follow on how to improve one's ability and what path to follow. In a lot of ways, Lionel wished he had known about this ability index long ago. The issue was, according to the legend, this red underline meant that this evolution was impossible to reach unless one was directly born with it. It was an ability almost exclusively awakened by savants and no one else. Obviously, Lionel wasn't even close to touching this fifth level, and he never would. That said, he could remember a certain savant who had done exactly that. Lionel shook his head. The first level, Opening, was a subtle awakening of Dream Force. This gave one added thinking capacity, greater memory, faster thinking speed, and higher intellect. This was considered to be the lowest level. The second level, known as Awakening, was a level where the user was more aware of the existence of their Dream Force. This allowed them everything gained on the first level, but with an added sensory perception. This was also the minimum requirement necessary to absorb and utilize Dream Force actively. The third level, Visualization, allowed one to utilize Dream Force to recreate objects in one's mind and simulate reality. This was where consciousness became almost tangible and real, allowing one to control vivid dreams to insanely high levels of detail. The fourth level, Control, went beyond this. At the lowest level, it allowed on to control one's mind and sensory perception, raising it and dulling it as one pleased. At the highest level, one could take hold of their consciousness to manipulate every aspect of their body, even to the smallest level. The fifth level, of course, didn't need to be explained. Within each of these levels, one could be given 3 grades of proficiency. If Lionel had to grade himself, he believed himself to be at 3rd grade of the Visualization level. In fact, he believed that he had taken a half step into the Control level. This ability index really put things into perspective. There were always those out there who were better. Lionel seemed to be running through all the talents no matter where he landed. But wasn't that only natural? This was a mere 5th-dimensional world, whereas his father, at the very least, was from a 7th-dimensional world. If Lionel really wanted to see where he measured up, he would need to first face geniuses from those high-level worlds. If he came out unscathed, only then would he be able to hold his head up high. As of now, Lionel was just bullying those who had a much lower starting platform than he did. The ability index is adjusted depending on where you can display your optimal strength. Obviously, any 7th-dimensional existence will be able to display their ability's highest level on a 4th-dimensional world. But whether they could do the same on a 7th-dimensional world was a completely different matter. Right now, Lionel's ability was considered to be in the peak of the 5th dimension. However, it was only being fueled by 4th-dimensional Dream Force and his 3rd-dimensional existence. Oh, the deeper Lionel read, the more he realized that it seemed he had underestimated himself. Lionel had mistakenly believed that since his ability was in the 5th dimension, it was thus already at a 5th-dimensional standard. As such, the fact he could visualize 5th-dimensional matters was normal. However, he was wrong. Very wrong. The foundation for everything was which dimension you were in. By still being in the third dimension, Lionel was handicapping his own ability by unfathomable levels. This was a difficult concept to understand. After all, Lionel's mind and body were both in the fourth dimension. His ability was even in the fifth dimension, while the dream force he used was in the fourth dimension. So what exactly was the issue? The difference here was that crossing into dimensions wasn't a power-up. It was a fundamental change of a person on a molecular level. The simplest and boldest way to put it was that you were ascending into godhood. Quite literally, to those in a lower dimension than yourself, you were nothing less than a god. Lionel was unable to undergo this complete transformation until he stepped out of the third dimension. Unfortunately, he couldn't without the later portion of dimensional cleanse. The truth was that the only reason Lionel was able to step into higher dimensions and other facets was as a result of his talent. His potential was much higher than his current level, so the bottlenecks that would have existed for someone else simply didn't exist for him. But none of this changed the fact that his overall abilities were all weighed down by a massive third-dimensional anchor. This was all to say one thing: the fact that Lionel could exhibit the fourth-level control in his current state, even while being in the fifth-dimensional world that should have suppressed him, made him nothing short of a monster. I see. Lionel came to a realization. This was why his split minds kept increasing. He had never reached a cap to begin with, and maybe the only reason he was struggling so much with simulating his enemies was because of this same reason. Lionel's understanding of his own ability took a massive leap forward. In that case, what information do you have on using and manipulating Dreamforce? Chapter 727. Lionel began to very seriously go through all the information Valiant Heart had on Dreamforce. To his surprise, there was quite some amount of it. But Lionel quickly realized how, among all the abilities one could run into in battle, and as devastating as many could be, maybe the most feared one were all related to Dreamforce. Matters related to consciousness were among the most enigmatic in all of existence. To face someone who could seemingly control, it was daunting. As such, the amount of information here had less to do with Valiant Heart's prowess and was more reflective of the dimensional versus focus as a whole. This much made sense, though. The ability index Lionel attached to himself was the sensory Dreamforce type. However, there were still many others. For these others, all of them ended with the very same red underlined manifestation level. But the first four and something 3 or 2 levels greatly differed. For example, there was an illusion Dreamforce type. These individuals were excellent at using tricks of the mind and thrusting others into their fabricated worlds. It was safe to say that no one wanted to run into such a person in battle. Even among the very first things Lionel learned, he was floored. Dreamforce is a type of soul force. Yet, all this time I've been treating it just like any other force. Lionel almost felt like kicking himself. It was such a simple shift in ideology, but it was important enough to flip the table of his understanding. What was the difference between force and soul force? Well, the simplest difference was intangibility. Force could apply change into one's surroundings at a whim. For example, Lionel could directly strengthen his body with his force. Likewise, his force-strengthening deviations could be directly applied to the environment as well. When Lionel used his light elemental force, his legs were directly enveloped by it. When he used his Scarlet Star force, his organs were charred by it. When Lionel activated his metal body, his body was directly strengthened by it. These were all abilities that encompassed force. What about soul force, though? If Lionel wanted to make use of soul force, usually he needed a medium. This medium usually came in the form of a force art, just like the mages of Camelot. In Camelot, one needed to use their spirit pressure to execute their mage arts. This so-called spirit pressure was exactly the same soul force being mentioned of here. It didn't become possible for me to use mage abilities with any sort of fluidity in the absence of mage arts until Lionel's body froze. He almost couldn't stop himself from trembling all over. The current Lionel could bend the elements to his will with nothing more than a single thought. His body itself had become a perfect medium for this. However, the only reason it was possible was because he had formed his mage core. In the past, Lionel could still forcefully manipulate the elements without his mage core, but the strength he could display then wasn't even a tenth of what he could now. And even then, his magic was still the most powerful only when he used mage arts in conjunction with his mage core. It all suddenly hit Lionel like a ton of bricks. All this time, he had been applying his dream force just like any other force. But what he had been doing was the equivalent of manipulating the elements without mage arts and without a mage core. Lionel really didn't know what to say to his own stupidity. Not only was he handicapping his dream force, but he was handicapping his magic as well. Right now, Lionel had 3 stars rotating within his ethereal Glabella's world. These 3 stars continuously purified normal force for him. However, what it converted it into wasn't dream force, but rather normal soul force. Lionel had been subconsciously splitting this soul force into 2 streams. One remained intact for the sake of casting his spells, manipulating his mage core, and bending the elements to his will. The second portion was sent to his dream world and was then catalyzed into dream force by himself. All this time, he had been treating dream force like just another element he could conjure up with his soul force. Idiot, I can't let Dad know about this, or else he'll never hear the end of it. Lionel felt like he was doing a math proof for 1 + 1 is equal to 2, but the first line he started with was already 1 + 1 is equal to 2. He went through all those laborsome steps just to prove nothing. It was mildly infuriating. Without hesitation, Lionel suddenly took a massive step. He flooded all of his dream force toward his 3 stars. Bang! Lionel's mind went blank. It felt as though an explosion had gone off in his mind, ripping his consciousness to shreds. However, oddly enough, he felt not a single ounce of pain. It wouldn't be until long later that Lionel realized the true strength of the 3-star constitution. However, what he knew for sure now was that Star Force wasn't only exceptionally heavy, it was also very good at using this weight of its to purify. All this time, silently churning away at the atmosphere's force to turn it into Lionel's soul force. It never stopped, it never deviated, it never slowed at this moment, though suddenly being flooded with dream force that rapidly catalyzed its very core into the highest level of soul force in existence. It finally evolved. The slight diamond blue color of the 3 stars became more prominent. Its pure white was peeled back to reveal a heart-tingling blue that sparkled like the most gorgeous of crystals. The mist that hung around Lionel's ethereal glabella gained this gentle blue hue as well. It especially enveloped the roots of the mage core, causing its small budding form to suddenly grow. From a size of just over 6 inches, the mage core shot up, soon soaring to over 2 meters in height. Its petals gently swayed in the turbulence, now being several feet across each. Chapter 728. Lionel's eyes shot open, his body leaping upward out of his control. Blinding golden lights enveloped him completely, almost as though light elemental force couldn't stop itself from flooding toward him. Bang! Lionel crashed against the ceiling, his face distorting and his nose nearly being flattened. With nothing to grab onto, Lionel fell back toward the ground. He tried to flip over to land on his feet, but he overcorrected, causing his body to spin more than 10 times, even though he had been aiming for just once. It was safe to say that he completely screwed up the timing, resulting in him landing face first and his face being smashed into a flat patty once again. What the hell? At this point, Lionel was far too scared to move, so he remained deathly still until he could understand what happened. It took a moment, but after simulating everything with his infallible memory that had seemingly gotten even sharper, he finally understood. Since Lionel was still in the 3rd dimension, his Boda strength was still lacking, especially in comparison to the white and blue belts he had to fight. Though his mind could keep up, his body often couldn't. In order to compensate, Lionel almost always had his speed branch lineage factor activated, just to different degrees depending on the situation. This allowed him to make up for his weaknesses. His speed branch allowed him to make use of light elemental force in his surroundings to boost his speed exponentially. This benefit only became greater after forming his mage core. But just now, way too much light elemental force had come, causing him to overcorrect by a larger margin than he was ready for. The reason was simple enough, but the cause of it. This was what was truly baffling. With just a sweep of his body, Lionel realized many changes. His 3 stars now produced Dream Force directly and seem to have grown tenfold. To account for their explosive increase, the space within Lionel's ethereal glabella had also expanded massively. My internal sight's range has gone from a few hundred meters to over 10 kilometers, even in a 5th-dimensional world. My mage core grew by more than 10 times. My mind can split more than 60 ways now. My magic is easily 10 times more powerful. Lionel was at a complete loss. Just weeks ago, he had been worried about this exact thing. He had almost missed out on the benefits flexibility could have brought him. And right here, there was a more than tenfold increase to his strength that had been sitting here untouched all this time. As the purest and highest form of soul force there was, Dream Force was ideal for the usage of Camelot's magic system. The force arts Lionel drew with it, even without changing a single symbol, were immediately several times more powerful. At this point, Lionel felt confident in healing his coach back to full health right this moment. If it wasn't because he wasn't certain of how to send the old man back to Earth, he would have already. Lionel finally managed to get a comprehensive understanding of his strength and sat up without being blown toward the ceiling. He looked down at his hands, shaking his head. How many more things was he missing out on? Just from a slight shift in philosophy, he had gained so much strength. How many other thoughts of his was wrong? In the end, Lionel's frown vanished, his gaze sharpening. Lamenting over this was a waste of time. He wasn't that kind of person. Since he realized how valuable knowledge was in this world, he would just have to swallow up as much of it as he could. He would strip Valiant Heart of all the information he had before he inevitably left this place. The days continued to tick by. As promised, Aina did indeed come to visit Lionel once a week. But this only made her feel more at a loss. Aina was very sensitive to Lionel's increase in strength. He seemed to be like a fish in water whenever it came to matters of training. She had only left him for a week, but he had grown so powerful so suddenly that she couldn't see where his limits lay. It was difficult for her to wrap her head around it. The feelings she had were quite conflicting, though that day in the Jones Zone, when she said she didn't want Lionel to change, she meant it. Maybe this was just how the complex mind of a woman worked. On one hand, she had been berating Lionel for being too adverse to killing and too lenient with his enemies. But on the other hand, that cheerful boy who always had a smile on his face wasn't a version of Lionel she wanted to lose. She had lost too many people already. She hardly wanted to open up to Lionel at all in the beginning, and this was a large reason why. And maybe it was still a reason. She didn't know what she would do if she ever had to lose Lionel too. Seeing Lionel grow by leaps and bounds, the hooks of the dimensional verse sinking further and further in, Aina didn't know how she should feel. Should she feel happy that her boyfriend was growing more powerful? Or should she try to shelter him away as much as possible, hiding him from this cruel world? The emotions tugged and pulled at her from every direction. But without an answer, she could only bury it deep, not much unlike she always did. She smiled as she watched Lionel happily eat away at her food, keeping those complicated emotions locked away. On this day, the day of the selection had finally come. Having been moved up by several months due to the times of turmoil, it held much less fanfare than it once had in the past. The other organizations that would often come to keep an eye on the next generation of Valiant Heart were somewhat strikingly missing, leaving only internal members. It was under this half-festive, half-somber atmosphere that Lionel and Aina arrived. Chapter 729. Lionel held onto Ana's small hand as they walked forward. This was the second time that Lionel had been to this open arena. The first time he had been forced to step in to save Sail. This time, however, he would take center stage. The participating members were mostly white belts and blue belts. Though there were some black belts that wanted to try their luck, they were mostly here for experience and nothing else. The members of Polished Glass weren't too keen on joining. They weren't confident in their combat prowess and were focused on their crafting. With all the knowledge Lionel had taught them over the past several weeks, they felt like they had enough to study for a lifetime. None of this was too surprising by Lionel's estimation. What was, though, was the fact that Radlease was among these participating black belts. The pale-skinned and lanky jokester had disappeared from Polished Glass for a long while. But at this moment, Lionel could see him up ahead, registering himself for the selection. The result made Lionel's brows arch upward. It had to be known that much like Ana and Lionel, Radlease had only been here for about 3 months. A part of Lionel wanted to dismiss this as Radlease being like the other black belts, simply looking to gain experience. But for some reason, Lionel didn't feel this way. In order to join the selection, one needed to accumulate a certain amount of merits. Though the black belts that had been here for years could just barely scrap together such an amount. What about Radlease, who had only been here for such a short time? Interesting, Radlease, seemingly sensing Lionel's gaze, turned his neck and gave him a wide grin before walking off with his registration plaque. Not long later, it was Lionel and Ana's turn. To their surprise, though, the one handling these registration affairs was a familiar old lady. "Hello, Elder Magneral," Lionel said with a warm smile. The old lady snorted, clearly still not liking the shape of Lionel's face. The fact he was smiling now only made her feel even worse. And he just had to still be holding her precious student's hand in public like this, right in front of her, no less. Over the past month, Ana hadn't come to the lab even a single time. Magneral knew that she had done nothing but train and train. Seeing such a talent waste away their potential like this truly made her intestines feel as though they were being twisted. At this point, though, Magneral could only obediently register the couple. "Break a leg," she said while giving Lionel a fake smile. "Sure, but it won't be mine." Lionel's casual response made Magneral freeze. In the end, she just sneered. She had no idea where this brat got his confidence from. Magneral frowned. She had hardly finished her thought when she realized something. Was he wearing white? Lionel and Ana found a seat amongst the competitors. Ironically, this was the same place Lionel had been forced to sit as a freshman before. This time, though, sitting on the ground floor, he felt as though his vision was far wider. "Are you nervous?" Lionel asked. "Nervous?" Ana was stunned by the question. Lionel laughed, seeing how baffled she was. "I guess the answer to that is no." Ana shook her head, realizing that Lionel was just trying to tease her. Was she nervous? Of course not. If there was anything she was feeling, it was a hope that these battles wouldn't be too easy, or else there wouldn't be much of a point. Unfortunately, though, there were many seated participants who already had their entries locked in. The rest of them were essentially fighting for the remaining 4 spots. Lionel was probably the most disappointed by this, though. He had waited long enough to teach Hephaestus a lesson, only to find out that the latter didn't even have to participate. In fact, he was probably not even in attendance today. Still, these seated positions hadn't been monopolized by Hero Peak. Even they couldn't get away with something like that. From Lionel's understanding, there were 8 spots already taken. 2 for the Hero faction, 2 for the Bear Rose faction, 2 for the Severed Heart faction. The last 2 were listed as miscellaneous, but considering one of them was Sail, Lionel assumed that these 2 were reserved for the former Valiant Hall members. Compared to the idle chatter of the 2, the atmosphere hovering around the rest was quite heavy. The time continued to tick by until the final individual was registered and the elders convened a small meeting. Finally, Magneral stepped forward to explain, standing on the very podium Raelion had used to flip Valiant Heart Mountain on its head. However, the message she disseminated was simpler and far less contentious, at least in the beginning. The rules for this selection will be simple and straightforward. Today, we will open up 4 battle platforms. The selection will begin when the sun officially rises and will end when the sun officially sets. Whichever 4 manage to hold on to the very end will be given the 4 remaining spots to enter the Valiant Heart Zone. Each participant will have unlimited challenges. However, this comes with its own set of rules. First, you cannot challenge a platform defender more than once unless said defender loses and reclaims their spot. Only then can you challenge this individual a second time. Second, you can only challenge once every half hour. Third, a defender is allowed 10 minutes of rest between every challenge. Fourth, a defender that has failed to defend 3 times will no longer be allowed to challenge. Now, the rules of challenges aside, this selection will be unlike the past. Valiant Heart is currently in the midst of struggle, and what we need are warriors, not cowards. In the past, there was a prohibition on crippling. This has been removed. There was a prohibition on killing. This has been removed. Those who join but fail to issue at least 1 challenge or defend a platform at least once will be expelled from Valiant Heart. Those who want to withdraw, do so now or bear the consequences later. Many of the participants turned a deathly shade of pale. What was going on? When had the selection become like this? There is no surprise that many of the black belts that had come to test their luck immediately stood up and withdrew. In fact, from numbering in the hundreds, there weren't even 200 participants left after Magnaral's words fell. The elders remained expressionless as they watched this scene. At this point, seeing the lack of backbone many of these students had, they felt that maybe Raelion had been correct. There were no shortage of elders dissatisfied with Raelion's approach, but seeing how much they were rotting from the inside out, it was hard to continue to fuel hatred for his methods. If things continued like this for too long, and they continued to weaken with each successive generation, very soon, there wouldn't be any Valiant Heart Mountain left to be spoken of. Long before their enemies got to them, they would crumble from the inside. Magnaral waited patiently until just about 180 were left. Finally, when it seemed like no one else was intent on leaving, Magnaral nodded. Even though 180 was less than she had hoped for, it still wasn't to the point that they had no good seedlings left. Though she was certain that many of those who remained believed they could just concede quickly enough to not be harmed, this was still good enough for now. Maybe with Raelion's methods, they'd soon breed even more warriors. On the ground below, Lionel didn't really feel much about the sudden allowance of killing. He had already deduced this much. He could see through Raelion's plan quite well. What he was surprised about, though, was that, once again, Radlease didn't show any signs of backing down. It was quite baffling indeed. Now we will begin. Magnaral said coldly, 4 defenders, come forward. For every 10 minutes 4 defenders haven't been chosen, the quota for entry remaining will be sliced by 1. If you deem to waste all 40 minutes, not only will there be no spots remaining for the lot of you, but you will all be expelled. Everyone knew one would be at a disadvantage being amongst the first defenders and challengers, especially since everyone only got 3 chances to defend. However, if everyone wanted to hold back from taking a small loss, then everyone would lose. Surprisingly, though, there was a couple that looked toward each other with knowing smiles. In a flash, Lionel and Aina shot forward. Before anyone could react, they had already taken 1 platform each, their auras steady and even somewhat overbearing. No one had expected for the first 2 defenders to appear to be a pair of white belts, and they definitely wouldn't have expected them to be white belts who had only just joined Valiant Heart. Chapter 730. Lionel took a deep breath. The subtle movement seemed to make force from the surroundings swarm toward him, making it seem as though his skin was twinkling with a subtle radiance. Aina silently held out her battle axe, her expression hidden behind her mask. She didn't seem to prepare anything, but her aura was as steady and unmoving as a mountain. It was safe to say that no small amount of individuals were shocked by what they were witnessing. Though eventually it would be the white belts that would be forced forward by their seniors, no one had ever thought that it would be done willingly. Among the crowd of youths that remained, there were no doubt members of Bear Rose who locked onto Lionel immediately. Not only were there individuals from Bear Rose, but there were no small number of King of Or's faction members, including Seraph, within the crowd. For a moment, the youths weren't entirely certain of what to do. The fact two had gone up willingly made them all feel as though the momentum had been snatched. If they continued to lay back and force others up, it might not be as beneficial to them as they had once thought. It was then that the ground quaked. One would have thought that such a thing was caused by an earthquake or maybe a huge explosion in the distance. But when their gazes swung over to the source, all that was found was a massive bear of a man slowly walking forward. The man stood at 2.5 meters tall. From top to bottom, he was covered in a thick rose gold plate armor. The chest plate of this armor had the image of a roaring bear on it that reminded Lionel a lot of King Arthur's white lion armor. The detail on the armor was so intricately laid that it looked far more like a display piece than a battle armor. It was hard to fathom that someone would take such a gorgeous craft to war. What was maybe most astonishing about this armor, though, was that far more than just one individual wore it. In fact, there were exactly 12, all of whom were wearing this elaborate art piece and completely concealing the organization's uniform. The design wasn't subtle in the slightest. To Lionel, it couldn't have been more obvious that these people were from Bear Rose. However, it was also very clear that this massive bear of a man wasn't walking forward for the sake of becoming a defender. His target was clear. As though to confirm this, just as the massive man was about to walk through the final line of waiting participants, his hands snatched outward with a surprising deftness and speed. Before anyone could react, the massive man had already taken 2 necks into his large palms. Then, with one swift motion, he threw them in an arc through the air. The dull sound of bone and flesh meeting stone resounded alongside groans of pain and confusion. But, unfortunately for these 2 randomly picked white belts, they already found themselves on the stage against their will. They looked around in dismay, even sending a glance back toward Elder Magneral for some help. But all they received in response was an indifferent glance and an icy cold sentence. Stepping down will forfeit one of your rights to defend. This simple string of words was like a bucket of ice water being poured over the heads of the both of them. The massive bear of a man continued to walk forward as though nothing had happened. He, much like anyone else who was relatively astute, was quite clear on the shift the elders and Valiant Heart were experiencing now. As important as strength and hierarchy was in the past, it had only become more so now. Who cared about small petty rules or the inconvenience of a few? As long as your fist was big enough, you could do as you pleased. Things were this simple and would only become simpler. Bang! With a small hop, the rose gold armor wearing giant landed heavily onto Lionel's platform. Even now, his face was obscured by a heavy helmet and visor. Despite the somewhat feminine color of his armor, it didn't seem to take away from his bloodthirsty aura in the slightest. Never did I think that the brat who dared to slap the face of my Bear Rose faction would choose to appear so soon. But this is good. This will be a memory impossible for others to forget. The hero faction isn't the only faction not to be trifled with. Lionel's lip twitched when he heard this. The hero faction was not meant to be trifled with. Did he think that Lionel had a bias for one against the other? If anything, the things Lionel had done to the hero faction were far worse. But, clearly, these Bear Rose faction members had only just come back from the frontline battle against the Oryx. They knew little of what happened in Valiant City during their absence. It made one wonder, with so many out on the front lines, why did it seem like Raelion and Hephaestus were always here? Of course, that might just be an illusion. After all, it wasn't like Lionel could bother to keep an eye on them all the time. It wasn't long before Lionel had removed all distracting thoughts in his mind. He stood just 20 or so meters away from the massive bear of a man, his expression placid. As things were now, this was the only challenge that had been issued. It was as though the entirety of the arena had fallen silent for the sake of observing this one battle. If you want to stand a chance, I advise you to take your armor off, Lionel said evenly. If not, This battle will end before you get a chance to do anything." The massive man snorted. "My name is Dune. You'll be sure to engrave it onto your gravestone after you die, so you don't forget what happened to you, even on the other side." Bang! Dune launched himself forward, the stones beneath his feet cracking with fine lines. Chapter 731. Lionel shook his head, his gaze still indifferent. Just when Dune had reached his range, bearing down on him with a fist that sent a fiery blaze crackling through the air, Lionel took a subtle step forward. His one movement threw Dune's fist off course, causing it to whistle by his ear. Golden lights coated Lionel's body, his every movement being followed by a fluid arch of radiance that left a beautiful pattern in the air. Just by following it, one could see the subtle bobs and weaves of Lionel's figure, capturing the immaculate elegance of his simple movements. Lionel's hips sunk down, enveloped by Dune's body. It seemed as though he would be swallowed whole by the giant. Yet his fist twisted forward, a delicate spiral of light whistling in its path. Dune felt a heavy thud resonate through his rose-gold armor, but he sneered. Was that why Lionel was so confident? His speed? What good was speed when you couldn't break past his defense? However, it was then an audible crunch filled Dune's ears, causing his expression to change. He explosively retreated, his gaze, the only visible part of his face through his visor, contracting. Dune looked down at his armor, his face warping when he noticed the sheared metal on his torso. Not only had it distorted a portion of the bear's roaring face, but had it been just a bit deeper, it would have dug into his flesh, ripping past his chainmail and leaving him with severe injuries. What has happened? Wasn't it a simple punch? Dune had felt a subtle shift in Lionel's fist that let him know that Lionel was actually able to call upon the Four Seasons realm for his fist technique. But with Lionel's tight control, it was difficult to tell what level he was at. Still, what was clear to Dune was that the power behind Lionel's punch still shouldn't have been enough to cause such a thing. "Still don't want to take it off?" Lionel asked evenly once again. Dune's expression warped as the crowd suddenly realized what had happened. In the first exchange, Lionel won. Everyone knew that though these armor-wearing Bear Rose members weren't in their uniforms, each and every one of them was a blue belt. Not only were they blue belts, they were elites among blue belts that had years of experience, decades even, in fighting the Oryx. In Lionel's estimation, the fact that Dune actually managed to come out unscathed from that exchange, outside of his distorted armor, of course, was enough to prove just how powerful he was. No normal blue belt would have come out without a hole blasted through their stomach. However, Lionel's words of kindness and his polite reminders seemed to only infuriate Dune further. At this point, if he truly took off his armor, wasn't he just conceding defeat? Dune began to laugh. The movement of his diaphragm and the displacement of his lungs were so exaggerated that his bellows seemed to cause claps in the air. Bang! Dune slammed his fists together, fiery crackles lighting the air and dancing like embers. "I'm going to enjoy pummeling you into the ground." In that moment, the image of a harsh sun appeared above Dune's head, an expanse of endless sandy dunes appearing around him. The temperature of the surroundings seemed to skyrocket, beams of sunlight bouncing off Dune's reflective rose-gold armor. The expressions of the crowd changed. They all understood in an instant. This was Summer of the Four Seasons realm. Not only that, but it seemed more powerful than just that. There were no small number of people who chose to focus on just one of the seasons, priming and prepping it to a level that surpassed even some who had grasped all four. In some ways, these individuals also forged their own path, making their Four Seasons realm comprehension no weaker than one that had comprehended it all on their own. Of course, such individuals would always be a tick below a complete Four Seasons realm master. But they were not to be trifled with, especially when Lionel already had to make use of the Four Seasons realm to close the gap between the fourth dimension and himself. Dune shot forward again. This time, he was truly like a cannonball soaring through the air, fiery streaks of red leaving devastation in his path. He seemed to be unstoppable, an untouchable mass of fury. Lionel's cold, indifferent eyes meant Dune's fiery rage. He took another well-timed step forward, his movements as fluid as water. In fact, the light element that rippled around him seemed to respond exactly like waves in the ocean, his every movement sending a wave of changes within it. This time, though, Dune was ready. His first fist was nothing more than a feint. His second was already prepared, hooking forward to smash toward the side of Lionel's head. Lionel didn't seem to be off-put by this. His fist and rolled shoulder protected the side of his face, a subtle shift in his footwork causing the blazing punch to barely glance off him. This glance should have been enough to char Lionel's body into ash, but the flames tickled off his skin, dancing about as though a fire spreading across glass. Standing within Dune's range, a blinding golden light enveloped Lionel's body. His fists exploded forward, a barrage of punches shooting through the air. Shoulder joint, visor, hip joint, elbow. Lionel's speed was so quick that Dune couldn't react. There was a lull in all the noise for just a moment before a consecutive flood of air-exploding fists seemed to land at once, leaving Dune's armor looking like the surface of a cratered moon. The sturdy rose-gold armor was twisted apart and shattered, piercing into the flesh beneath and ripping Dune's bone apart. Maybe if it wasn't for being a battle-hardened veteran, Dune would be crying out in pain. But due to the regions Lionel had targeted, Dune couldn't even see the battlefield or his opponent. On top of that, he couldn't move his arms without a slicing pain shooting through his spine. He was finished. Lionel shook his head inwardly. First you wear a full armor of metal, then you use the element I fear the least. It's like you wanted to lose. Chapter 732. Lionel looked up. He was still in range of Dune's attack, but he was also very much aware that there was no way this big guy was moving. Every one of Lionel's punches had torn a rotating hole into his armor, sending bits of shrapnel into his body. The worst part about this shrapnel, though, was that it was still connected to the rose-gold armor, making the situation even worse than it would otherwise be. If Dune wanted to move, he would not only be slicing apart his own limbs, but he would also have to fight against the sturdiness of his own armor. It could be said that fighting against Lionel while wearing a full suit of metal was probably the dumbest thing you could do. The use of the fire element wasn't even half as egregious as this alone. Lionel didn't know if the Morales family had any enemies, though he could guess that they probably did. No matter how powerful an organization was, it would always have its contenders. However, what Lionel didn't have to guess was that whoever these enemies were, there was no way they wore armor like this. Either they wouldn't wear metal armor at all, or they'd find a way to enchant the armor to stop those with metal synergy from manipulating it. Facing metal weapons was a different matter. Oftentimes, there would be force poured into it, disrupting Lionel's control, and the weapon would often be moving too fast for Lionel to deal with before he was harmed. But an armor like this was practically a stationary target. Simply put, Dune was asking to lose. Lionel reached forward, touching the now distorted bear on Dune's chest. He sighed, shaking his head. By all rights, he should kill Dune. It was obvious that the latter wouldn't have shown him any mercy had he been on the other end. Was killing really a necessary extreme? All he had done was take a shot, right? He hadn't even killed any of their members. This dimensional verse was really too ridiculous. Lionel shoved his palm forward, deforming the rose-gold bear until its original form could no longer be seen. Blood leaked out from Dune's helmet. From start to finish, he didn't say a word, not even for the sake of begging for mercy. Lionel could sense the rage-fueled gazes from the 11 remaining rose-gold armor wearers. But none of them said a word either. It was clear that each of them were warriors that had seen a lot. Since they dared to act, they also dared to die. Maybe Valiant Heart isn't completely rotten yet. Lionel thought absent-mindedly. Lionel's palm squeezed into a fist. As though scrap aluminum, the chest plate on Dune crumpled. Lionel ripped downward, tearing the armor away from Dune's body. With a kick, he sent Dune's half-dead body out of the arena. Dune sputtered and coughed, looking up at the sky with hints of unwillingness. This wasn't because he was dying, but rather because he knew he would have had Lionel not just helped him take his armor off. Somehow, he had ended up being shown mercy. But it only filled him with a sense of endless humiliation. At that moment, many felt their minds going numb. If this was what Lionel could do to armor they were wearing, what were they supposed to do? Lionel looked down at the large piece of rose gold in his hand and tossed it to the side. Dune slowly rose on his own despite the state of his body, knowing that no one would come to get him. In fact, he didn't want anyone to. Without looking back, he dragged his body away, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. From start to finish, the remaining 11 didn't spare Dune a glance, each one of them staring down Lionel with murderous intentions. It was clear that all of them were waiting for the 10-minute timer to come to an end, each of them wanting nothing more than to rip him limb from limb. Within the silent crowd, Nigmir trembled hard. He, who had fought Lionel once before, knew for a fact that he wasn't this powerful before. Any thoughts he had of defeating him seemed to have gone out the window, his body drenched in a cold sweat. The members of the King of Or's faction watched on with clenched jaws. With such strength, were their plans of wearing Lionel down even viable? Nigmir's gaze flickered with rage, his eyes shifting from Lionel to Aina. He would get his revenge. He needed to get his revenge, no matter what. Nigmir's body flashed, a strong assault of wind whipping through the surroundings and catching many off guard. No small number of people were still trying to wrap their minds around what had just happened. No one thought that someone else would levy a challenge at this exact moment. Nigmir's body crossed over Lionel's platform as though in blatant provocation before landing heavily on Aina's. His mind was twisted with fury, causing the wind elemental force around him to respond in kind. Lionel frowned, his fingers twitching. A suffocating aura exuded from him. If it wasn't for the rules, he would have already attacked Nigmir right then and there. If it was a normal challenge against Aina, it wouldn't be a problem. But this was very clearly not that. Nigmir's body shook under Lionel's oppression. But he grit his teeth, his rage taking over his rational mind. He laughed into the skies. You just stand right there and watch. Nigmir shot forward, his speeds reaching mind-numbing levels. The wind enveloped him, an ivory armor manifesting and a 4-meter-long lance appearing in his hand. Die! Nigmir saw something flash by him. In that moment, he felt as though the world had shifted, one side sliding up while the other slid downward. He couldn't wrap his mind around what happened until he plopped to the ground, his body split in two halves right down the middle. Another silence fell over the crowd as droplets of blood fell around a masked beauty with fluttering hair. Chapter 733. Aina stood with her back to Nigmir's fallen body. Though one couldn't see her face, the cold look one could see through the slits in her mask were enough to send shivers down one's spine. The contrast between Lionel and Aina was too drastic. There was no mercy, no hesitation, there wasn't even a small chance. The moment Nigmir showed such signs to her, she cut him down where he stood. At that moment, Aina was pissed. She wasn't only pissed at the members of Bear Rose, she was pissed at Lionel too. You might think it was fine to forgive your enemies like this, but how was she supposed to react when a boorish brute who just tried to kill her man was let off so easily? It was always easiest for the victim to forgive, but what about those who cared for the victim? Was she supposed to let things go too? Aina felt that she was maybe too agitated, but the feeling was stifling. She didn't know how many times she had to tell Lionel to stop showing mercy like this. She didn't know when had finally realized that a hint of mercy shown today could easily come back to bite him the next. It was infuriating to the point she didn't even want to look at him right now. If it wasn't for Nigmir coming in a timely fashion to give her something to vent on, she might have exploded already. The volatile feelings in her chest rampaged around. And now, She had to wait 10 minutes for the next victim. Aina herself hated that she reacted so violently. She found it harder and harder to keep her cool when things were related to Lionel, a problem he ironically had the same issue with though toward her. But, compared to Lionel, who only wanted to protect her, Aina found some of Lionel's actions deeply frustrating sometimes. She was fine with them saving all those freshmen because she knew it was a part of Lionel's larger scheme, a scheme that was working out perfectly now. But what was the point in sparing Senior Lou back then? And what about this Dune character? How much longer would he be like this? Damn it. Aina's amber eyes tinged with red. She reached out a hand and made a snatching motion toward Nigmar's corpse. What happened next left the crowd shivering. The two halves of Nigmar's corpse convulsed. In the next moment, all the blood that had been pooling shot toward a single point, forming into a ball of crimson that left Nigmar's corpse looking like nothing more than a mummified figure. But even that didn't last long. Soon after, what remained of Nigmar's body dispelled into the wind like ash, floating away like meaningless motes of dust. It was the kind of scene one would never forget in their lifetimes. The blood continued to float by Aina as though it had a mind of its own, hovering there and reflecting the now high sunlight. It acted as a silent reminder of the scene they had all just witnessed. Lionel's frown deepened, but in the end he could only sigh. As intense as his feelings were for Aina, he had yet to tell her that he loved her. Maybe it was because he didn't know what those words meant, or maybe it was because he still wasn't sure if he did. Up to now, their relationship had managed to jump over many hurdles. But the one that had yet to be cleared was ironically the very first one they faced. That day, the image of Aina's delicate, small hand piercing through the heart of another human being was forever imprinted into his very soul. He knew why she had done it. She was telling him that this was the person she was, the person that she had always been. The gentle, graceful young woman he had known in school was nothing but a mask she wore, both figuratively and literally. She killed Conrad that day, not only to protect her friends, but to show him that the girl he thought he liked wasn't her at all. She took this action even though she knew it would alienate not only him, but her own close sisters as well. And it had worked. It sent him into a tailspin, one that he hadn't recovered from even now. Maybe he had only gotten better at ignoring it. Nothing more, nothing less. It was quite funny. It seemed that he was very good at doing exactly that, ignoring things. Even to this point, he still didn't believe that he could stand to his grandfather's ideology without feeling as though his comprehension of the world was crumbling. All Lionel knew was that he liked Aina enough to ignore even such a blatant conflict, a core ideology that left them diametrically opposed. As though this wasn't enough, the deeper and deeper Aina fell for Lionel, and the closer they became, the more this bothered her. The more she cared for Lionel, the more she couldn't stand to lose him. In her mind, Lionel's softness was exactly a thing that could make such a situation happen. It was exactly that something that could cause this radiant sun before her, this man she adored so deeply, to vanish forever and never return. Lionel smiled somewhat bitterly. Since Aina was fine, he could only let things be and allow her to vent. However, now he was pissed as well. If it wasn't for the ways of that rail lion, if not for this valiant heart, if not for the way of this damned, dimensional verse, if everything could be peaceful, if there simply was no conflict, would his Aina have to feel such conflicting emotions all the time? Lionel's jaw set, his arms crossing over his bare chest. He looked blankly into the distance, his aura becoming heavier and heavier. The stone beneath his feet snapped and whined, but he didn't seem to notice as his gaze flickered between various degrees of fury. At that moment, the stone platform shook as another red-gold armored warrior faced Lionel. This time when they met Lionel's gaze, it felt as though a wild beast had locked onto them. It felt as though Lionel wanted to see the whole world burn to ash. Flames that seemed reaped from the depths of purgatory erupted. Chapter 734. The clanging of metal sounded as the Bear Rose faction members stripped down from their armor. Piece after piece clanged to the ground, resounding throughout the quiet arena. It felt as though every action taken in during this election had a deeper meaning, as though every battle should put them at their edge of their seats. Even the audience didn't understand why this was, but it still felt like the metal pieces were crashing against their hearts rather than the stone platform. Though the Bear Rose faction member didn't say a single word, the action of being forced to take off their armor was humiliation enough. It felt as though, simply by standing there, Lionel was smearing their faces. Compared to Dune, though, this Bear Rose faction member was far calmer. By the time he tossed off his helmet, revealing the expressionless visage within, the audience had already seen his battle-worn body through and through. Though this faction member was a level beneath Hephaestus in terms of muscle definition and fast twitch fibers, maybe even 2 or 3 levels, in fact, the strength his body was bursting with was undeniable. Even the scars that ran across him didn't detract, but rather added to this perceived strength, leaving those watching on holding their breaths. At that moment, there were many in the crowd who suddenly recognized the young man before Lionel. Quite ironically, this was a young man who had had a falling out with Hero Peak as well. But rather than not joining any peak like Lionel had, he rather chose to join the peak of their direct competitors. Those that knew him called him Jaren the Scythe, despite the fact he didn't wield a scythe at all. Lionel stood with his arms crossed across his chest, not moving an inch as he watched Jaren take his armor off. Even though the battle had technically started already, Lionel didn't seem to care. The stones beneath his feet began to ripple, beginning to glow a faint red. The last piece of Jaren's armor fell to the ground. His palm flipped over, revealing a katana of outrageous length and with a curve just as obscene. Even with Jaren's strength, he allowed it to rest on the stone before him, but the gentle action alone caused the blade to sink. Without even a touch, the stone was split in two, plunging the 4-meter-long curved blade into its depths. Lionel Morales, is it? Lionel didn't respond, his expression remaining placid. His heartbeat grew steady as a mountain, its every thump sending a surge of blood through his body. His veins and arteries hardly swayed beneath the pressure, their sturdy walls even facilitating faster movement. Lionel seemed to subconsciously control the strength of his heart, every pump reflecting his emotions. You have quite some potential for a new white belt. However, there are some lines you can't cross no matter how much potential you have. Vice Leader Abe Thor can't be here to deal with you personally for the slight of taking his family's heirloom, and quite frankly, can't be bothered to deal with you personally. I will be the one to send you on your way. Are you done? The platform suddenly quaked, sinking into the ground by a whole inch. The air seemed to collapse, fine ripples of space discharging in every direction. On first sight, it looked as though fine lines of black rain were falling through the arena. I'm getting really tired of this bullshit. Lionel spoke again, taking a single step forward. The quaking became more harsh. The ground groaned and whined. Are you all really so eager for me to kill you? Would it make you feel better if I put your heads on a pike? If I desecrated your corpses? If I pissed on your graves? Is that what you want? Jaren's hands trembled, his brows frowning slightly. His palms grew sweaty outside of his control, soaking the hilt of his katana through. The grip of the material became slippery. Lionel's voice seemed to rise up from an abyssal hell. The flames around him caused the air to crackle and pop, whatever moisture there had been being burned into nothingness. I asked you a question. Lionel's words hammered Jaren's heart. Jaren's lip trembled. His instinct screamed, frying his nerves. He felt as though he was facing an Oryx chief. Somehow, Lionel's body seemed to be 10 times larger than it truly was, engulfing his field of vision until he couldn't see anything else. At that moment, Jaren roared, his force erupting into a skyscraper of energy. He took a heavy step forward, pushing his fear down. He had seen too much on a battlefield. He had no intention of falling without fighting. He had his own pride. Arcs of lightning whipped around his body, his eyes lighting up with the same presence. He bolted forward, his body leaving streaks of crackling lightning in his wake. Jaren raised his sword, slashing down with a speed that was almost impossible to track. All much of the audience could see was an arch of flickering images, as though a fan of katanas was opening up in the path of his wing. At that moment, Lionel's palm flipped over, a flexible, meter-long spear appearing. With a flick of his wrist, the sound of metal meeting metal resounded through the ears of all in attendance. Jaren's pupils constricted. The tip of Lionel's spear balanced the edge of his blade effortlessly. In fact, he could very clearly see a chip in his long, curved katana. If Kacha! Bang! An explosion of fire caused Jaren to freeze. He watched as a 2-meter length of his once 4-meter-long blade flipped into the air, spinning like a wheel of silver before piercing into the stone below like a hot knife through butter. The eyes of the spear masters in the crowd widened, meteoric impact. Jaren looked at the half that remained of his katana, his mind completely blank. Chapter 735. It was no wonder the crowd was stunned. Meteoric impact was a Tier 7 technique. Just learning in the first place was something only blue belts with months of training could accomplish. It was one of the most powerful and devastating techniques Valiant Heart had access to, period. But to not only use it, but to use it with such a precise delay and such fine control left those who wielded spears feeling a loss. They had all seen it clearly. The spear and katana came into contact first. They even had time to see Lionel balance the tip of his spear on the katana's blade edge. Only then did meteoric impact activate. But wasn't this technique supposed to rely on momentum, speed, and explosiveness? How could you accomplish all those things if you took a pause? Lionel walked forward, the heat on his body leaving Jaren's body a blistering red. It was as though his presence alone just might burn the latter to ash, leaving him drifting in the wind, no differently from Nigmir. Bang! A scorching foot was left imprinted onto Jaren's chest as he soared out of the arena. He twitched and writhed, his situation being even worse than doomed before. Lionel raised his spear, pointing toward the remaining 10 Bear Rose members. I don't need 10 minutes. Hurry up and get up here, or else he'll come down to you. Space continued to bend and quake. Fine black lines rained down, making the knees of all those in Lionel's presence bend. Maybe the only one who seemed completely unaffected was Aina herself. But, somewhat ironically, it was because of her such a thing was happening to begin with. Lionel hadn't planned on unleashing his wrath in this way. But, at this moment, if he didn't vent, he felt like he really might implode. Bang! Lionel couldn't wait any longer. He shot off the platform, tearing a path toward the 10 Bear Rose members. Their eyes widened, never expecting that Lionel would actually choose to do such a thing. Even the elders were at a loss to deal with what was happening right now. But they were also well aware that this had been tacitly allowed. The moment Dune didn't receive a reprimand for forcefully throwing 2 white belts onto the stage was the exact moment everyone realized that this so-called selection was nothing but a free-for-all. The so-called rules were nothing more than a thin veneer, enveloping what was nothing more than chaos. The members of Bear Rose weren't left with any choice. They all shot forward, feeling the pressure Lionel placed on their shoulders. It felt as though a beast had been unleashed from its chains. The instant Lionel's feet landed on the ground, he found himself pressed by 4 attacks. But his spear pierced forward just as many times, a flow of golden light enveloping his body. His spear technique seemed slow, leaving after-images in its wake. For a moment, it looked like Lionel had split into 4 people, each wielding the very same spear and sending out the very same attack. The air exploded, rings of fire raining downward and space warping. Lionel reflected their weapons with a speed and deftness that numbed the mind. Even pressed by so many high-level opponents, he seemed intent on pressing forward, rage lighting his eyes. If he could just crush them all, if there were just no obstacles left before him, no enemies to fight, no looming danger to worry about, Would he still have to feel this way? Would she still have to feel this way? Lionel's spear spun in his hands, a wheel and vicious wall of fire manifesting. The participants scattered, fear evident in their eyes. The destruction Lionel was levying against Bear Rose was the likes of which they had never seen from a white belt. It was the kind of anger and pure rage that seethed from the soul. Lionel roared, bronze runes flickering to life as his irises turned a violet red. The earth beneath his feet crumbled, sinking down into a crater under the pressure of just a single step. The Bear Rose members felt as though a boulder had just smashed down on their heads from above. Was this a gravity field? How could it be so powerful? These sort of area of effect abilities shouldn't be so strong in the hands of a third-dimension existence standing on a fifth-dimensional world. Unfortunately, Lionel's speed only seemed to get faster. Illusory wings spread from his back, radiating out white and deep golds that was almost blinding to look at. With a flicker, Lionel's spear shot through a chest. Before the Bear Rose member could even react to the bloody hole that had opened up within him, Lionel had already appeared before another. Lionel's hand ripped through the air like a claw, grabbing onto the shoulder of a female Bear Rose member and pulling downward. A shocking cry left her lips as her left shoulder was shattered into meat paste. Unfortunately, whatever was left of her cry was cut short when Lionel's foot collapsed her midsection, sending whatever air she had left in her lungs jetting out like a stream. At that moment, the wheels of fire Lionel had already sent out collided with as much as 5 Bear Rose members. Their shrieks and cries sounded, their armor practically melting onto their bodies with each passing second. It was exactly then that the wheels imploded, raining down embers from above. The region was completely decimated. Lionel stood with his gaze still lit with fury. Every time he looked at the half-dead bodies of the Bear Rose members, he only got angrier. It didn't need to be this way. It didn't have to be this way. Everything about this, from start to finish, was simply infuriating. Within the stands, Magnarl sat at a loss. She simply couldn't wrap her mind around what was going on. How could he have such strength? His movements almost made it seem like everyone was happily walking into his spear. Lionel looked up into the skies, his rage palpable. In one motion, he threw a spear. With a bang, it landed dead center on his platform. Since you all want death, I'll give you death. The next person to dare challenge me, I'll send to the underworld. Chapter 736. Bang! Aina felt a small gasp of air jet out from her body as her back smashed against the wall of Lionel's room. The impact was so fierce that the wall cracked, leaving a small crater that just barely fit her petite body. However, before she could catch her breath, she felt herself being enveloped, Lionel's lips suffocating her. Aina felt her clothes being ripped away, her body swaying like a boat in a storm under the whims of Lionel. A heat seared her chest, her heart boiling. Someone else might have felt uncomfortable beneath Lionel's smoldering heat, but to her it felt as though she was drifting on cloud 9. Her body took in the assault with open arms. Everything from Lionel's roughness, to the strength of his hands, to the coldness in his eyes, made her shiver. She felt an excitement the likes of which she never had before, an excitement that even somewhat faintly surpassed all the orgasms Lionel had helped her experience until now. When Lionel dragged her away from the selection, fury still lighting his eyes, she hadn't known exactly what to expect. But when Lionel actually threw her against a wall, the small gasp that came from her mouth registered like a struggle for air in her mind. But the reality was that it came out almost like an excited squeal. It was the kind of sound that captured the hearts of men, latched on, and refused to let go, squeezing until they lost all rationality while hovering between a line of life and death. Such a small impact hardly even jarred Aina's inner organs, let alone caused her any harm. The training she put herself through made these walls they were cratering The furniture they were smashing and the floors they were collapsing seemed like nothing more than child's play. As though a pair of wild beasts, the couple seemed to unleash their frustration onto one another. Aina's nails clawed into Lionel's back, leaving bloody streaks even his metal body couldn't defend against. She sheared through his tier 4 defenses as though a hot knife through butter. Lionel's blood seeped into her nails, subconsciously being drawn into her body. But the result was far beyond Aina's expectations. The instant Lionel's blood clashed with her own, a deep moan left her lips, her pelvis grinding against the bulge in Lionel's boxers. Lionel's blood was like a drug pumping through her veins. It carried a scorching heat and a soothing mellow. It was a dichotomy of feelings that almost perfectly meshed with the feeling of Lionel's tongue in her mouth. In that instant, as though being burned by hot coals, Aina's curse screeched. Pain Aina had experienced for a lifetime suddenly retreated into the depths of her body, fleeing from Lionel's blood. However, Aina hardly seemed to notice. She continued to greedily absorb Lionel's blood, feeling as though the two of them were finally fusing into one. At that moment, Aina realized that she loved Lionel so much that it left a throbbing pain in her chest. Her body began to enter its real form. Her slender legs, wrapped around Lionel's waist, became longer. Her breasts, pushing against the fabric of her chest band, threatened to rip out a path for themselves even without Lionel's input. Her scars already retreated, leaving a visage so perfect behind that the energies of the world seemed to sing. Her hips became fuller, her bottom rounder, her hair longer. Lionel's mind was too calculative to not notice these changes, and he also immediately understood what was happening. His heart thrummed out of his chest, rebounding against his rib cage and sending vibrations to Aina's own. The heat in Lionel's lower belly continued to rise. His rushing blood made his cock so hard that it sprung out from the elastic bands of his boxers. Aina felt the scalding heat touch her inner thighs, her body trembling with excitement. Her amber eyes brightened into a luscious gold, an overwhelming mental dominance being exuded from her body. She pushed forward, her slender legs touching the ground as she pushed Lionel into the opposing wall. Her strength was so great that it completely collapsed. However, she didn't seem to notice as her cherry lips enveloped Lionel's, her graceful legs stepping out from her pants with an elegance that was impossible to match. The skin-tight, black panties beneath completely outlined her silhouette. But Lionel only got to see the enticing sight for only a split moment before he felt that soft, small pink tongue slide into his mouth. For being just 57, Aina had grown to over 60 tall, leaving her just 3 or 4 inches shorter than Lionel. Rising just a bit on her tippy toes, she was able to taste those lips she couldn't get enough of. However, her dominance didn't last for long before she found herself being hoisted into the air again. A sturdy hand ripped her chest band away. The healthy bounce of 2 fleshly mounds was cut short as they pressed flush against Lionel's chest. The couple left devastation in their wake, a trail of destruction following after them as they somehow traveled from room to room of the segmented cube. I can't take it anymore. Lionel's hoarse growl made Aina shiver. At the moment, she was perpetually releasing a sort of mental coercion that even Lionel wasn't immune to. The instant Aina's curse was suppressed, it felt as though her soul force had become no weaker than even Lionel's own. But rather than being tailored for computation, Aina's soul force seemed to be able to cast the mind into a state of absolute obedience, as though the whole world should call her queen. Aina's hips shifted, one hand wrapped around Lionel's neck. She used the other to slide her skin-tight panties off. With the soft sound of skin slapping against skin, Lionel felt his cock gently split the delicate folds of skin so soft his mind went blank. Aina blushed profusely. "Do you have a condom?" Lionel choked on air. "It's live, people. This is not a drill." Official Vampire Empress Aina art available on my Instagram right now. Smiley face at @ospec_. Can't believe I'm sharing these goodies with you all. Should have kept her to myself. Chapter 737. Even after so many years of advancement, Earth only had two methods for male birth control: the condom and the vasectomy. Luckily, the latter had become quite an easy procedure and had a near 100% guarantee of reattachment later down the line, while the former had become so advanced it felt as though it wasn't there to begin with. But unluckily, Lionel had neither of these things on him. At this point, he felt like shedding real tears. These matters weren't even close to being at the forefront of Lionel's mind. He was a lifelong virgin despite his standing in high school. And even if he hadn't been, something like a condom was nothing more than a press of a button away. Now, though, the watch on his wrist that he had practically completely forgotten about was nothing more than scrap metal, especially after entering a fifth-dimensional world. Beyond that, there wasn't even a guarantee that a condom from a third-dimensional world would even work on the current him. For all he knew, he shot out real bullets at this point. They say that a normal third-dimensional male could already dwarf 40 kilometers an hour. Lionel didn't know if his training would affect this, but if it did, he had to assume it would be far beyond just that. As though thinking of all this wasn't depressing enough, even if Lionel wanted to choose the option of a reversible vasectomy, could he even find a skilled enough and strong enough doctor to cut into his body? As complicated as all of this was, Aina probably had even less options. All female birth control options relied on a keen understanding of their biology. Who knew how much different Aina's biology was not from when she had been in the third dimension? Fuck. Lionel stood there, his forehead leaning against Aina's own. Somehow, they had managed to crash their way all the way to kitchen. In fact, at this moment, Aina sat on the large stainless steel table at its very center, still subtly grinding against Lionel. It was very clear that the both of them wanted to go a step further, but Aina's question had doused them both with a bucket of cold water. At this point, they couldn't help but think of the situation that got them here in the first place. Even they had to admit that it wasn't exactly the healthiest of things. If it wasn't for Aina knowing that she most definitely couldn't risk having children right now, they likely would have both lost themselves to the heat of the moment. Even now, Lionel could feel Aina's fragrant juices moistening the tip of his cock. It was almost maddening. Just a single thrust, and he would probably experience the greatest feeling this world had to offer. However, as his mind cooled down, he realized that this matter was deeper than just not having birth control. There was a deeper issue that neither of them seemed to want to deal with. Lionel felt Aina cup his cheek. His head was pulled up to match her gaze, his breathing hitching as he laid eyes on her flawless countenance. Lionel had never cared what Aina looked like, but to have the emotions he had for her reaffirmed by the existence of this goddess before him was almost too much to handle. It was already difficult enough for him to control himself around Aina normally, but at that moment, it felt as though all his inhibitions were being knocked down one after another. Lionel barely stopped his hips from thrusting forward, his thighs trembling as he grit his teeth. Aina's breathing became somewhat haggard. Though Lionel hadn't completely pierced through her final lines of defense, she could still feel herself opening up. It was at most half a centimeter or two, yet the feeling was already so intoxicating. Aina knew how dangerous this position was. The very entrance was among the most sensitive regions for a woman, let alone Lionel. Even she was playing with fire right now. That didn't even consider the danger of the leaking of Lionel's own fluids. Taking a deep breath and gathering up a power he didn't know he had, Lionel pulled away. He felt as though he was about to burst, but he also knew that this was the best decision. If it was up to him, he would put a child in Aina right this very moment. It would probably be selfish of him to do so, but the same way Aina wanted to keep him safe, so did he too want to keep her safe. As powerless as he was, making her belly round and her feet swollen seemed to be the only method he could think of. Lionel was so absent-minded that he didn't notice when Aina had pushed herself off the steel table and begun to pull at his hand. He followed behind her, barely keeping track of the swaying pendulum of her waist. He almost felt that it was unfortunate her long hair obstructed so much of the view. For the first time, Lionel had a negative emotion toward the long hair he loved so much. Before Lionel could react, he found himself in Aina's room, seemingly the only one their rampage had missed. Truthfully, the two usually slept together nowadays, so this room remained relatively unused and had been that way for months already. However, at this point, it was a saving grace. Aina sat Lionel down on the edge of the bed, her next action making his eyes widen and his heart skip a beat. Aina sat on her knees between his legs, looking up at him with a somewhat nervous and bashful expression. At that moment, Lionel's cock throbbed. He hadn't thought it was possible to feel more turn-on at this point, but the image of a beauty with the face of a goddess kneeling before him like this made his blood seethe. Aina's slender fingers grabbed forward, her two hands wrapping around his member with a gentleness that only made it pulse more. Then, with slow movements, Lionel caught every frame of her slightly parted cherry lips kissed the very tip. Lionel felt the greatest humiliation he had in his life right at that very moment. He didn't survive to even experience the softness of her small pink tongue. Shit. Aina was confused by the word until she suddenly wasn't. With reflexes that surpassed human understanding, she dodged out of the way. Unfortunately, the ceiling could not. Chapter 738. Lionel took long, deep breaths. Somehow, that one shot seemed to have drained him completely. Looking up at the ceiling, he smiled bitterly. He had been partially joking when he spoke of the 40 kilometers an hour matter. But why did it look like someone had been throwing darts at the ceiling? Replaying it in his mind, Lionel realized that he had been right. It was at least a several 100-kilometer difference, and the volume was much greater, giving it more impact. Aina, who still kneeled before Lionel, her head having dodged out of the way, suddenly giggled. Lionel choked. "What you laughing about? It's not my fault you suddenly turned into a succubus." Aina, though, only continued to giggle. She wasn't laughing at Lionel. Rather, she was laughing in happiness. For some reason, these series of events made her very happy. For just a moment, she seemed to forget all of her worries. With the actions of a caring wife, Aina found a moist towel in her room and began to clean Lionel's cock with gentle strokes. This action left her at peace and also resurfaced some of her memories that made her smile deepen. The truth was that Lionel stunk slightly of sweat right now. It wasn't anything too potent, but it was the truth nonetheless. After all, the two had just been at the selection not much more than 20 or so minutes ago. Then, they probably used even more energy during their battle, just now. After Lionel made his declaration, not a single other person dared to challenge him. What a joke! He had just single-handedly wiped out the more elite members of Bear Rose. Was there even a point to continuing the selection? Still, Aina didn't care very much about Lionel's slight stink, even to the point of not minding to touch her lips to it. That said, just because she didn't care didn't mean Lionel didn't. It was part of that anxiety and realizing he was too late to stop Aina's actions that made him fail to control himself. In the end, he could hardly savor the feeling before he blasted off. Lionel watched Aina work with a smile on her face, an indescribable feeling of warmth spreading through his chest. At that moment, he too realized that he loved her so much that his heart hurt. Yet for some reason, much like Aina, he didn't say those words aloud either. Lionel pushed Aina's hand aside and scooped her up, catching her somewhat off guard. "Oof, you've gotten heavier." Aina's brows shot up. "What did you say?" Nothing. Lionel laughed. Lionel smiled. He found that Aina's every emotion seemed to have an area of effect to it. It was quite interesting, almost like she was imposing her will onto the world subconsciously. The couple entered the bathhouse and began to clean themselves off. An air of comfortable silence hung between them as they helped each other. It was as though they had already been doing this for years. I didn't know my blood would be of such help to you. Lionel said after a while, helping Aina to shampoo her hair with his favorite apple scent. If I had known, we could have done this long ago. How do you feel? Aina smiled. I feel better than I have in a long time. The curse isn't gone, but it seems too afraid to surface. Lionel nodded. I think it might be because of my Snowy Star Owl lineage factor and my Scarlet Star Force. I already awakened my healing branch, and after my innate node recovered to its mature form, it subtly changed the characteristics of my star, light and fire elements. Aina's brows arched in understanding. If Lionel's healing factor was combined with the destructive capability of his Scarlet Star Force, and especially the purifying characteristic of the Star Force aspects, then his blood would indeed be the bane of all poisons and curses. This was only made better by Lionel's mage core. After synergizing with his body, Lionel's passing healing factor was more than tenfold stronger than it had been in the past. What do you think? Can my blood heal you? Lionel asked. There was no better person to ask this question than Aina. Who better than her, with her ability to perfectly understand her body, to have the right answer? Lionel was quite prepared to be disappointed by the answer, but he was shocked by the reality. I think so, yes. The curse has already been burned away by more than a percentage point. Even though it's hiding, it's my body, I can easily find it. If my mind is clearer next time, shaving it down by even 5 or 10 percentage points with the same amount of blood wouldn't be an issue. Lionel grinned. This was a pleasant surprise indeed. He had thought that he would need to do far more to find a cure for Aina, when the reality was that he was the cure. You know, Lionel blinked. Aina turned back to meet his gaze, her supple breasts in full view. They looked like perfect droplets of ambrosia, shaped by the hands of a master sculptor. Their small, pink protrusions especially still made Lionel gasp for air even now. It was a lethal combination that ruined what was an otherwise wholesome moment. Aina smiled, but didn't seem to mind Lionel's gaze. She had gotten used to it. Your blood is very valuable. Aina continued. I only had a small bit of it, but I felt my strength take a large leap forward. Are you sure you want to give me so much of it? Lionel raised his brows. What nonsense are you saying right now? Why would I care about any of that? Lionel shook his head, reaching a hand forward to caress Aina's cheek. Her skin had always been this soft, but without the trenches of her scars, it felt endlessly supple. Aina pushed herself up to the tips of her toes, planting a gentle kiss on Lionel's lips. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.